Alrighty, well, welcome to this week's Talk or Ask Us Anything. As usual, it's been a pretty big news week, and the first news item we've got today is that Giga Berlin has finally gained full environmental approval. What you can see there is, I think it's a 536-page approval document on the centre of that image, and surrounding it is approximately 20,000 pages of approval documentation that Tesla was required to submit to gain approval. So that's a very big leap forward for Giga Shanghai. Next news item is that the Ravensthorpe fast DC charger is now officially open. It's been fully installed, as you can see there. And the car, the Model 3 there, I think only just charged a day or two ago and is one of the bona fide new cars that just rocked up for a charge. So that's awesome news. A lot of congratulations go to the Electric Vehicle Association, so the Australian Electric Vehicle Association, and all the chuffed volunteers and donors that basically made this project happen, and now it's complete. There is now a fast DC charger route between Perth and Esperance. And our last news item is the fact that Giga Shanghai February production is up 134% year on year. That basically represents an increase now. They produced in February this year 55,308 cars, and that's up from last year, which is 23,632. And that is the news for this week. We'll just reset very quickly. And we can go straight to normal discussion. So at this point, before we get into that discussion, I might just invite anyone that's new to please say hello. You don't have to put your hand up. You can just scream out and say, hey, my name is whatever, and I have a X type of Model 3. So anyone that's new, please say hello. And the crowd roars, so that's awesome. So thank you very much for that. That made for very good TV. And by the way, this session is being recorded, and we do put these up on YouTube. So you just go to youtube.com/Tokwa. And there are something like, it's over 50 episodes with an average runtime of about 3.5 hours, which is bigger than Ben-Hur. So if ever you suffer from, I was going to say narcolepsy, that will induce narcolepsy, but if you can't sleep, insomnia, that's it, please just put it on in the background. There's some dulcet tones and you'll be off the steady buys very soon. So, okay, so getting on to some other news. I mean, look, the Shanghai thing's big news. There were some reports of showing up 208%, but I think what they're actually saying is the actual number is up to 108%, but the increase in production is 134%. So that's really the main figure, but it's more than doubling in 12 months.
Harold, sorry, could I interrupt?
Yes.
We've got somebody who's just popped up and said he's new, Daniel.
Oh, Daniel, welcome. Daniel, are you visible? Sorry, I was going to scroll around the room. Oh, no, okay, you're, as Jared would say, how would you describe Daniel, Jared?
Witness Protection Program.
Right. Daniel's in the Witness Protection Program, but welcome anyway, Daniel. You can, if you like, in the chat, just tell us about your car. Have you gotten your car yet, or are you still waiting for it to arrive?
He said he's ordered a Model 3 rear-wheel drive last month.
Great. So you should get it in the next 5 to 7 months, unless sometimes there are cancellations and they can slot you in depending on the precise format of your car. So, and it's, and it's in Poverty Pearl White. Awesome. So that's actually one of the, it's white on white, which is actually better than Poverty Pearl White. That's Poverty Pearl White with
Plus.
baby seal white seats. That's awesome. But yeah, so what I was trying to say before was that sometimes you can get slotted in earlier, but I think you would have noticed when you ordered the car, the delivery time is 5 to 7 weeks, and in months, sorry. And in fact, that is actually a bit of other news that we will get into later, is virtually every order page you look at for every country you look at, that's including all of Europe and now China, which is a big development, they all show delivery times of 5 to 7 months, which is awesome if you're a Tesla shareholder because it means that demand is so vastly outstripping supply, but it's less awesome if you're an eager customer with an order just made or about to make an order. But obviously, the sooner you get that order in, which you have done, Daniel, and congratulations for doing so, the sooner you'll get the car. But don't despair.
It could be the other way around. It could be the other way around, Harold, that supply can't keep up with such a pathetic demand because there's no supply.
And that's what the Teslacs of this world would absolutely say. I think the good news is there's no sign yet of Tesla actually reducing production whatsoever. You know, there's all the sign of they're still increasing it. I think there was an indication of Tesla actually doing that where they reduced the power of the Model 3s and I think Model Ys as well, the standard range, which aren't available here yet. They've reduced the acceleration because I think they're actually saving some of the silicon carbide inverter chips and putting less in the inverters so they can make more inverters. That's just one of my personal theories, but I think that sort of follows the data.
I think I read something this week that the new rear-wheel drive Model 3s have only got a 208 kilowatt battery, not a slightly more powerful one. So that's why it slowed down in its acceleration.
Yeah, there's another new one, a person called Nathan.
Yes, yeah, I'll get to you just in 2 seconds, Nathan, and welcome. Yeah, Nigel, I would suggest that's less likely because the ability of the battery packs to deliver power, I think, vastly outdoes the inverter, and it makes more sense if they're in a chip shortage to short supply the inverter at the cost of a little bit less straight line acceleration, which most people never use, and people in a standard range Model 3 aren't going to really care about too much. So
it's just that in road vehicle registry Model 3s, there's an extra model there now with a 208 kilowatt power on it, and I read somewhere else that somebody has said that the 6.1 second 0 to 100 was because his motor's only got 208 kilowatts.
Yes, but the motor, you got to remember, the motor is paired with the inverter, so they actually come as a single unit. I mean, they're bolted together, but as that one package, I think that's the issue, is they've actually downrated the inverter. In fact, if we look at Sandy Munro's videos of the Plaid Model S, the motor is identical to the Model 3 motors, except for the composite overwrapping. So the actual motor physically is identical. And in fact, the inverters were basically identical as well. But I think they might be short chipping them, just like they are also only providing a single actuator, or at least the circuitry for a single steering actuator, which is perfectly okay for autopilot. But if you want to go to full self-driving, they need to have redundancy. So then they may, in those cars where people do go for full self-driving, they'll just get retrofitted with the second actuator. So that obviously means by doing that, they can double the number of cars they can use the same limited actuator electronics. So I think there's a fair bit of, and you know, there are some Model 3s, I think, that are lacking USB. It was data, I think it was. You could only get the data in the glove box USB port rather than the two central ones because they're short on USB data chips. So I think Tesla are doing a lot of juggling with components to maximize production. But sorry, we'll get back to Nathan, and welcome, Nathan. Congratulations. So you've just had your car 5 days. That is fantastic. And you got it in a fairly reasonable time too, which is great. But yeah, unfortunately, as I just said a moment ago, the delivery timeframes now are distinctly blowing out. But actually, speaking of,
This is Andrew. I was lucky too. I picked up on Friday, and I ordered a couple of weeks ago I told you it was a red with white interior, and I ordered it actually at the middle of Feb.
yes.
So obviously someone dropped out, and I got it. So.
Yes, and I'm aware of a Model 3 that was actually effectively a demo Model 3, and it went within, I forget what I said last week, it was less than 3/4 of an hour. So someone walked in and that was offered to them and they grabbed it.
Yeah.
So, so the good news there is there still are opportunities to get your car sooner, or if you haven't yet ordered a car, to still get it quickly, because particularly towards the end of the quarter, there are always, unfortunately, opportunities where for one reason or another, finance has fallen through or circumstances have changed and a car becomes available, and Tesla have no qualms in literally, consoling someone who can't have that car to turning around 90 degrees and giving it to the person next to them, because that's what they have to do. And they're very agile at doing that as well.
I had a quick question on Sentry mode, but should I ask in an email or later on?
No, Andrew, go for it. Absolutely, we're fully open for them. We'll sort of intersperse it with videos and other news and comments. But yeah, absolutely, this is Ask Us Anything, and you can absolutely do that. So yeah, shoot.
Okay, I think you'll all know the answer, but in Sentry mode, and I've told it to not turn on at home. Why does it keep turning on?
You can actually you need to set home as your home address.
I have.
And you need to tick the box that says exclude home.
I have.
Oh, okay. Anyone?
Well, that's actually quite interesting, Andrew, because I had my car parked in the garage all day. I think it was over the weekend. I jumped in. I'd walked around the car. I plugged it in. I'd done a few other things. I jumped in the car and it said 2 Sentry mode events. And it was me walking around the car in my garage. And now it doesn't do it. I've got no idea why.
Okay.
Andrew,
yeah.
I've got an idea. So when you input your home location, did you input it as an address, or did you input it as a actually, guys, feel free to chime in.
I know the answer.
Go, Russell.
Yeah, so have you got your phone are you at home at the moment, Andrew?
Yep.
Have you got your phone with you? Can you open up the app and see what the location says on your phone? Because sometimes the GPS doesn't quite work properly and it thinks you're a couple of houses down.
So I'm gonna trump you in that. I said home was 23 and work was 21, and not to turn on at either location, and it still turns on.
Russell.
Yep. So as Russell said, just check on your app on your phone to make sure that where the app says your car is where you are, where it actually physically is. Like for instance, if you're on a half-acre block or an acre block or something, for example, there is I don't know what the distance is for it to presume it's home. There is obviously a radius of error, or radius of zone. So just make sure that your app says your car is where you know it to be, just in case there might be some discrepancy.
No, I was, and I noticed it thought I was at 21, and so that's why I put work as 21 as well, because I don't worry about work, and it still does it. So it now says it's 21 when I'm at 23. However, I'm interested in the previous comment. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who it was, who asked me the question: did I input it as a address? Or what was the other way to input it?
Oh, so that's what I was going to ask the guys. If there's so with Google Maps, there's 2 ways. You can share the location by just dropping a pin, or you can type in an address. But I'm just thinking, I don't think you actually, if you clear the address out of the home registry, and then you go and press home, I can't remember if it asks you to actually input an address or if it gives you the option of inputting the current location as the location.
I can't remember either, but I'll give it a go. I'll clear it and have another go. Thanks.
Is it possible that you can actually set any pin? If you look in the history or a pin, you can click on the pin and set that as home as well, as an alternative?
Yeah, I'll give that a go as well. No, thanks.
The other alternative is you can certainly try this, which is go into your app and see if Sentry is active on your app. And if it is, just turn it off. And that may be enough.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And have you had to repeat that every time you come home?
Yeah.
Mm.
Not every time. I'm going to say 75% of the time. But yeah.
You could test the home.
Sorry, go, Joe. Go, Joe.
You could test if the problem is with home by doing walk away door lock, not an exclude at home. And if that one doesn't work either, then it's the problem with home rather than the problem with Sentry.
Good idea.
So walk away door lock. Yeah, it locks on walk away. Sorry.
But you can on that option you can say exclude home. So if you tick exclude home and then walk away from your car and see if it doesn't lock, then it knows it's home.
Got
You
it.
see what I mean?
The
Yes, I
other
do.
option,
Thank you.
if all that fails, is the 2-thumb salute. It's
was
like a
about
Microsoft Windows 3-finger salute, and you use 2 thumbs.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
And if
switch it off and on again.
And if that doesn't work for you, then you've got the Tesla app and book in a service if it annoys you enough.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh,
Another-
Nathan just had an interesting comment in chat. He actually said that he charged his car overnight on the first night, woke up, and the car asked him if this was his home. And he clicked yes.
There you go.
And then he never set the address.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can do it by location as well. So maybe just delete the home address.
Yep.
And try doing
Charge
it
your
that
car. You can.
And- Yeah, sorry, I was going to add that'll explain why on the charge stats it didn't recognize my charging at home as being at home. Got it. Thank you.
way. No worries.
Cool. Awesome. Has anyone else got any questions, sort of quick fire questions before we sort of get on to a couple of other things and then back again to questions?
So Harold, because Daniel's in witness protection program, will he get his car delivered? They'll just drop his car off, won't they?
He'd have to just come and just
to the
no.
safe
He would just go to the King Edward Road delivery centre in a balaclava and pick it up that way.
Yeah, right. Makes sense.
Possibly.
So,
Although I did go past the other day and there was a line of cars for the adjacent COVID clinic. So, but I'm not even sure how Tesla addressed that.
I was there today to pick up my car with a huge queue, and I just told the lady there's sort of a traffic warden, and I just said, I'm not here for the COVID clinic, I'm here for Tesla. She said, put on your hazards and just go, against the one way, the wrong way up, and they'll clear the way for you. And so I just drove up.
That's strange because I thought it was a Tesla pickup area, not a Volvo pickup area. But I guess she was asking you to be an honorary Volvo driver, perhaps.
I don't know why, but yes,
so congratulations. How did you? To the important thing, how did your delivery go?
Oh, fantastic! No hiccups whatsoever, and very quick out of the mark there. But I have a similar question to the previous gentleman regarding my address, but because if I look in the Tesla app and sort of the satellite image, my house is still being constructed. It still doesn't have a roof, right? So, and it doesn't recognize the street or the number of the house in the app. So it doesn't know I'm at home, right? So it just looks at the previous street, one street up from me. And so I don't know how to
So Willem,
wiggle my way around that.
Perhaps as Nathan has put in the chat, if you just charge your car tonight, don't set the home address, leave it unset, charge your car tonight, and as he reported in the text, he said he charged his car and then woke up and the car asked him if this was home. So there's a finite chance that your car might do that, and rather than take home as an address, it might take home as a GPS coordinate, perhaps. and maybe
Unfortunately,
work.
my car's almost finished charging already. So
No, that's fine, because if you haven't set the home address yet.
no, I have.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Can
okay.
always-
You can just
can
clear
delete
it. Just delete it. Leave it on charge, and there's a finite chance that when you go back into the car, or maybe in the morning, it might say the same as Nathan's and offer to store that as the home address, perhaps. The other alternative is when you're slightly away from home, press where your house is to create a pin, then navigate to the pin, and then you can cancel it. That will then be in your history. And I think there might be a slight chance of being able to click on that pin and adding it as home, perhaps.
There's a difference between the map on the navigation of the car, because on the navigation map, it navigates to my home, no problem. It has the street and the number. The problem is on the Tesla app, where it doesn't have the street, and I don't think they have the same maps.
Yes, that's right, because the map is displayed differently on the app, but the app ought to display the GPS coordinates.
No, I get what you're saying, but
Sorry, what I mean is, like, because a car will transmit its GPS coordinates to Tesla's servers, and then that'll relay that information to your phone app, and it'll overlay the GPS coordinates on whatever map Tesla uses on its app, which could either be a Google map or possibly an Apple map, depending on whether you've got an iPhone.
Apple map.
Yeah,
like
so
it has a little Apple there, but it's still even an outdated Apple map, because on the Apple app I get my address no problem. So something is not quite in sync there.
I guess
we have that problem. I actually live in the same suburb as Willem, and our street got renumbered, and I'm just looking on the app now, and it's our old house number, not our new one. So it is very out of date, this one.
You know, interestingly, I noticed I actually had a navigation data update today, bringing it up to, I think, the 8th week in 2022. So literally, as of today, maybe a few of those issues aren't there.
But that's in the car, though, isn't it? The update in the car, rather than we're talking about on the app.
Yeah, it's in the car.
It's on the app where our suburb is out of date.
Yeah, for sure.
Without naming our suburb.
Yeah, but I don't intend to use the fancy features of Sentry mode and stuff, so I'm just going to ignore it, really. It's not something I'm interested in using. So.
Well, something that's a good pro tip is Sentry mode is on generally by default. Now, if your car is garaged in a secure garage, it can be a good idea to disable Sentry mode at home, providing it's secure, because it will consume up to 10% of your battery life in a 24-hour period. So if you're parking your...
I'm in any case going to keep my car charged in all the time around the clock. I'm never going to pull it out. Just when I'm driving out, I'm going to unplug the charger, so it wouldn't really matter to me.
It's just an FYI, a PSA for anyone that wonders why their car seems to be losing a fair bit of range overnight. The sole reason, but the primary reason would be if you have Sentry mode on. So for instance, a couple of weeks ago, I went down to Ravensthorpe and stayed overnight, and I had charged my car to 90% at the supercharger, actually the destination charger next door. Left it at the hotel overnight, came in the morning, and it was at 85% state of charge. And it's like, oh, that's right, yeah, I left Sentry mode on because it's obviously away from home. So it's just a FYI that Sentry mode usually is on by default. And if you do want to save a bit of energy, and mind you, it can add up to about 6 kilowatt hours per day, per 24-hour period, if it's on 24/7. So it's not a trivial amount of energy, but if it's free from solar, hey, you know, it's free. But just to let you guys know. Alrighty, any other questions or comments or anything?
Yeah, I got one.
Go, Russell.
So I got a wall connector put in the other week, finally, which is nice.
Awesome.
Is there a way you can change the password for the admin bit, because otherwise I've got to hold on to this bit of paper to get that stupid code that's ridiculously long every time I want to log into it.
Oh, so actually, to be honest, you're probably one of the very first people that have seen.
No, you cannot change it.
All right, cool.
So
I
take
tried with mine, it's not possible, and they say if you forget that password and you have to send your receipt to Tesla, and then they will provide the password again to you.
Sweet.
So keep it as safe as you keep your 16-word code for your Bitcoin wallets there, Russell. It's a very valuable document.
I use a fingerprint scanner for that. So
there you go. So one thing I do is just take a photo of it, and then you can just put it in one of your photo albums, as like Tesla stuff or something.
Just like laminate it and stick it to the front of it or something, so it stays there forever. Cut it out.
I'm using a password manager, and I just entered that information in my password manager as well for that specific charge, so that I just have it.
Hey Russell, stick it in your glove box.
Yeah, I'll figure something out. Should the car get stolen or lose it, then won't I?
Well, you'll have to lose your car
first.
first.
The QR code on the side of the charger, has it? The connector, your wall connector. Got a QR code there you can scan.
No,
yeah, I mean, if your wall connector is in your garage, right, you can just write the thing there with a big pen on it or something with a cookie or something.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that. It might be easier, because if I ever sell the house, I'm sure the new owner's going to want to be able to use it at some point rather than just me. All right, thanks.
Cool.
Overall, it works pretty well. I think when I put it in, I put it a little bit closer to the wall, and the angle that the charger comes out through the connector comes out the side is a little bit close, but it's still pretty good. There's no real need to go back into the admin settings once you set it up, unless there's something's gone wrong. So it's probably not a real huge problem if I do lose the code, but it's always nice to have the option to go back in case there's any updates or something in the future that happen.
Is the code, is that the Wi-Fi? Sorry, is that a password, or is that the Wi-Fi password, or is that the? Well, can't you just store that, for instance, on your phone? That will record those as a hotspot. It should record that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But if my phone like factory resets or whatever, I've lost it, I guess.
Yes.
I had a question as well about when you log into there. There's a section for software updates, and when it first turned on, it did like an update before it would do anything. Does anyone know whether it automatically updates, or you have to go into the admin panel and force an update? Is that a thing? It'd be nice if it connected to the app on your phone. You could manage it through the your like account through your phone app. That'd be a nice thing to have.
There is a setting to update the software, but I think by default it's on. You have to go in the admin panel and switch it off.
Yeah, okay.
And when I got mine, it didn't immediately install the update, so I was a few behind, and I had to download the update file and actually upload it to the connector to get the latest software installed.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks.
Cool. I just got a in the chat from Jason, who lives in Carnarvon, and just asking whether he'd be able to go from Carnarvon to Perth in one day. The short answer is yes. The long answer is yes. I did it in my Model X, which has less range than your long-range Model 3, Jason. And I did it some years ago before there was a fast DC charger at Jurien Bay, and before, which is actually John Edwards' fast DC charger at the Caltex the Ampol in Jurien Bay. And there's also a Tokwa fast DC charger in Geraldton. But be that as it may, I travelled 907 kilometres from Perth to Carnarvon, and I did it in the one day, but I did spend 7 hours and 5 minutes by the side of the road charging the car. Now, happily, that's something you won't need to do anything near as long as that, because you've got the fast DC charger in Geraldton, and in fact, in the long range, you'd almost be able to top it up, have a long lunch, and get to Perth in one hop. But you could certainly top up at Jurien Bay, And obviously there are roadhouses. You will need a couple of items for the, I'll just bring it up on Plug Share.
Harold, he'd have to probably stop for a top up at Billabong. Then he
Yes, exactly.
go to
Yes.
full charge at Geraldton, have a quick top up at Jurien and make it easily.
Yeah, so I'm just bringing up the plugs here. So you basically, if you leave, Carnarvon, you've got Billabong. So that's a destination charger. And that requires no cables, no adapters.
Are you sharing your screen, Harold, or are you?
Maybe I'm not. Sorry about that. I'll just go back out of this. Is that sharing now?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sorry. Apologies. So this is Billabong Homestead. So you get into that and there is a destination charger. So that's actually Richard there, and the destination charger is just behind. The pin drop is accurate. So when you navigate to the pin, that is exactly where it is. So that's Billabong Roadhouse. And then from Billabong, you can basically get to Geraldton. And then at Geraldton, you can go to the Tokwa fast DC charger, which once it loads up, is a 50 kilowatt fast DC charger. That will add over 300 kilometers of range to your car per hour. And you can also top up at Jurien Bay, or you could just go straight through to Perth in your long range. But, if you do go to Jurien Bay, don't overcharge at Geraldton, because Jurien Bay has a $25 minimum charge at a rate of 70 cents per kilowatt hour. So that equates to about 35 kilowatt hours, which is about half the charge of your car. So don't leave Geraldton with more than 70% charge or something like that. So then you can replenish at Jurien Bay to take the whole 35 kilowatt hours, or you just pay the minimum $25 to charge. And then you can get to Perth with no worries, and that'll be a lot quicker. The Billabong, it'll charge your car at about 80 odd Ks an hour. So that will take a couple of hours, a few hours, say 3 hours. But after that, Geraldton is pretty quick. Bearing in mind that Synergy and Horizon Power have announced the EV highway, which will have charging at Billabong, actually, fast DC. It'll be 50 kilowatt fast DC charger. So then the trip will be even quicker. So it's getting incrementally better and better as we go along. But congratulations. Jason, I don't think you mentioned you had your car yet. Sorry, have you got your car yet, or are you getting it? We'll let you type. Oh, just look for options. Yeah, cool, no worries. Yeah, so if you haven't yet ordered the car, you can actually see that it's going to be quite easy to get to Perth. And if you have ordered it, rest assured it's easy one way or the other. It's getting better and better. There are some of us that did it the hard way, but when you do it, it's going to be so much simpler. And by the way, I think Carnarvon's getting at least one 150 kilowatt fast DC charger within the next 2 years tops, which would be awesome. 2 weeks.
How long do you think all that'll take? 2 weeks. Really? That's all.
Any idea when you're going to be finished here?
2 weeks.
How long will it take to put this place together?
2 weeks. I do get the permits. How long will the job take? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? You sound like a parakeet there. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Well, 2 weeks. It's amazing. Amazing nothing. It'll be a regular miracle.
Anyway, now onto some, I guess you'd say it was controversial Elon tweets. We could almost have a segment on that. The first one went a little something like this. which is, he said, hate to say it, but we need to increase oil and gas output immediately. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. And then he said, obviously, this would negatively affect Tesla, but sustainable energy solutions simply cannot react instantaneously to make up for Russian oil and gas exports. So does anyone want to grab that and run with it for a moment or two?
I'd like to actually ask Christian to say something. He's got a question.
I just want to say hi, guys. Hope to join you guys soon. We ordered our long range about 3 weeks ago. Hope to have it end of June, maybe. And just quickly wanted to say hi. And I had a question about you guys that are doing home charging, trying to get my ducks in a row, trying to decide between like a Tesla home charger or maybe something like a Zappi charger, which we have solar on the roof. It's not a huge system, but we do have a fair amount of excess, especially in the mornings. And we do cycle with our e-bikes to work quite often. So we do actually have the capacity to be able to charge the car sort of in the morning. And I don't know if you guys like have some thoughts on that. I would really love your input.
Okay, so as Pete explained last week, the pure economics of having something, say, like a Zappi, which will cost you in excess of $2,000 to purchase, and then you've got an installation cost on top of that. The pure economics can be questionable. It depends on whether you've, say, for instance, got a 5 kilowatt inverter and a 6.6 kilowatts of panels, or at least a 5 kilowatt inverter.
That's about what we have, exactly.
It then very much depends on how much surplus solar you really do have, because you've got to bear in mind that if you pay, let's say you're paying $2,000 for a Zappi or something similar, plus installation, you are effectively prepaying $2,000 worth of charge, which either otherwise would have gone to the grid and you would have been paid at perhaps 7 cents per kilowatt hour for that. So you've got to pay $2,000 down now to get the ability to not get paid the 7 cents because it goes into your car.
Well, Harold, for us, it's a bit worse because I mean, I just looked like online. It says like the Gen 3 charger from Tesla is about $780, and untethered Zappi is about $1,400. So we're talking about somewhere around $650 difference. I assume that installation is about the same. I don't know. You guys will know about this.
It'll be probably slightly higher.
Difference.
Yeah, sorry, it'll be slightly higher because the Zappi will require current transformers to be installed in your meter box, whereas the destination charger doesn't need that. Now, the other thing to consider is how much surplus you have. Now, also, there is an alternative, because if you want to basically dribble solar into your car, which sounds like you want to be doing, an alternative way of doing that, which will cost you almost nothing, well, if you use your 10 amp outlet, which is 2,400 watts, that you can trickle charge your car, which is half of your inverter capacity. So if you've got some air conditioning, or if you want to start at, say, 9 a.m. when the sun hasn't fully come up, you can just flatline 2,400 watts, and that will cost you literally zero, because that charger comes for free in the boot of your car. So the capital cost for that is zero. Now, if you wanted to charge with, say, 3,500 watts roughly, or 3,200 watts, you could get an electrician to install a 15 amp outlet in your garage, and then you can use the 15 amp tail for your mobile connector, and that will provide about I'll get it right, let's have a look. It's 15 times 240, so that's 3,600 watts, which is 3/4 of your maximum inverter production. And that'll cost you the price of getting an electrician to install a single 15 amp outlet. So that capital cost would be, a couple of $100 tops. And that will be almost as effective, except you will have to accept the thing of, you can in your app say start charging, stop charging, because if it's really cloudy, you may want to reduce the current. It requires a little bit of manual intervention, but its capital cost is very low, and your payback period is almost from day one, because you can divert it straight away without having to spend money. But if you love technology, and it's not really so much about the economics, and it's about the satisfaction of plugging in and forgetting, then something like a Zappy could be quite good for your application, because look, cars aren't just for transport, because they're also for entertainment and other things. So if absolute convenience is your priority against the actual raw economics, then by all means go for it, and just enjoy plugging it in and forgetting about it and having it completely automatic.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Harold.
Cool. So we'll quickly, and I just see welcome Carmen. We're going to talk about you in a little while. But yeah, so we'll get back to this Elon tweet. So does anyone want to touch this? I mean, I've got my 2 bobs worth, which is, I think he's right, and he's right for the particular reason that, yes, the environment counts, but the point is, when you're in a crisis and you've got a lack of energy, and there are parts of Europe that, like for instance, Austria, for example, its entire natural gas consumption is Russian natural gas. It's 100% dependent only on natural gas from Russia. So I guess what Elon's basically saying is, right now, everyone else needs to start to up their production. And it's not like they're producing more, they're just replacing that which will not be purchased or produced. And I guess what he did then go on to follow that up with, to even be more controversial, is he then said that hopefully it's now extremely obvious that Europe should restart dormant nuclear power stations and increase power output of existing ones. It is critical to national and international security. And then he goes down, and some people can disagree with this if they wish. For those where he says mistakenly think this is a radiation risk, pick what you think is the worst location. He'll travel there, eat locally grown food on TV. And he says he did this in Japan years ago, shortly after Fukushima. Radiation risk is much, much lower than most people believe. And I mean, one classic example of that is the radiation, I think, is it thorium that's emitted from coal-fired power stations? Because coal has a lot of thorium in it. And mercury. Yep.
Can I take this up, Harold?
Yes, go, Richard.
I don't disagree. I probably agree with 90 to 95% of what Elon says. But the problem is, like, in his mind, and we know that he's a unique individual, to him, yes, it does make sense. In an ideal world, without forces who don't care at the helm, all this is going to do is go, look, as soon as the chips are down, fossil fuels. And that's going to be the story. That's going to be the narrative. So yes, in this individual isolated thing, that makes more sense. But what will happen is those fossil fuels will start to get exploited, and they'll never go back again, or at least not without a fight. So yes, I in his ideal mind. Now, but the other side of it as well with nuclear, I think he's completely right on that point. Shuttering working nuclear power stations is lunacy, and Germany blows my mind after Fukushima. Nuclear plants, my only hesitation, well, not even hesitation, my only big question mark over building new ones is that they're so ridiculously expensive compared to renewables. It's like, well, why don't you buy solar panels and batteries and get more power for the same money, or the same power for a lot less money? But if you've already built those nuclear power stations, absolutely use them until the end of their safe working life. But
yeah, because you've got to pay the same amount of money to decommission them, because they're still pretty much as radioactive as they ever will be. So you might as well just use them.
Yeah, and it's not like we're creating a new problem with nuclear waste. We've already got that problem that we're already dealing with. So it's not like you're creating a problem. You're just adding a little bit more of the problem to it. So, but I just kind of worry that like all that's going to.
Richard, there's also the ongoing cost of, and this often gets excluded from a lot of the economics when looking at nuclear power stations, is that spent fuel, which has got a half-life of 100 years or whatever it is, something ridiculous.
Thousands.
How much?
1,000. Like it's thousands.
100,000.
10,000 years.
It's like forget about it. We'll all be dead.
Exactly. So
we will, but a future civilization might discover it and go, "Oh, what's this interesting glowing thing?"
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Go, mate.
So even if you've already got the sunk costs of having the power station being built, even if you've then on top of that would have the additional costs of having to decommission it.
Yep.
If you actually look at the costs of the additional spent fuel that you're going to have to not only safely dispose of, but you're going to have to guard as well. So some people will ask, well, you can't.
But we've already got that problem.
No, we have not.
Adding to it,
absolutely not. No, we have not.
No, but the thing that Richard was saying is it's crazy to shut down a plant that's already underway. Say it's through half its life, or maybe even 30% of its life. You might as well just use it to completion, then shut it down, and don't build a replacement. Don't build new nuclear plants. But if you've got one that's basically sitting there, it was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction for Germany to basically drop its bundle and say, "Oh, look." And don't forget, Fukushima happened. The reason why it blew up was the tsunami triggered a shutdown of the local grid there, which then caused the cooling pumps to fail because there was no power. And that was a design flaw. And then because there was no power, because of the tsunami, it wasn't the tsunami didn't damage the plant. It damaged some infrastructure associated with it that caused the power to go out. When the power went out, the cooling pump stopped. When the cooling pump stopped, it overheated. You had a steam explosion which converted water to hydrogen and oxygen. It blew up, and then there was Fukushima. But Germany then reacted and said, "That's it. Nuclear is bad. It's dangerous, and we're just going to turn them off." And they're not in a tsunami area. It was a knee-jerk reaction.
To me, that just shows how powerful the coal lobby still is in Germany and Poland, because they also did the same thing. Because I don't know, something seems very sus to me about that. Who has the authority to say, well, we're just going to shut down nuclear power stations?
I thought
seems very strange.
I thought that it was done because the general public were trying to get the government to do it, and they're trying to get votes.
Yeah,
I thought that it happened around the election cycle, and there was like an election pledge to shut them down. That's why it got through. That was my understanding. You get people who are fear-based rather than educational-based decisions, and then they just decide, well, I don't care about the economics. I just don't want my kids around a nuclear power plant, and they just shut it down, not knowing that it's going to be there for the rest of their life anyway. You can't just turn it off, as you suggested. But back to your earlier point before, Harold, you used an interesting word when you described the situation. You said a catastrophe, like a catastrophic situation. It's hard. It's like when you said that word, it's funny that it comes to this point to people actually recognise that the world's already in a catastrophic situation where before the war happened, it's already in a catastrophic situation with the amount of fossil fuels that are being burnt. This has happened now. It's like people can see what's happening. Like, I can react to something that's visible and I can react to it. But because people can't see people getting cancer and children developing at lower cognitive functions and people dying of cancer at younger ages, that's like not something that happens overnight, and the effects aren't as noticeable. So when Musk said, like, let's put more effort into generating more power, I still think that needs to happen, obviously. But I think what will happen as a result is that energy security for every country will be more high on the table, demand, like there'll be more speaking about it. And then the result of that energy security, I feel, is going to be more likely to be renewable resourcing, just because if they're trying to develop new power stations, they're far more expensive than developing renewable resources. And I think the UK at the moment has shut down like they're about to shut down all their coal-fired stations, and have,
Yeah, I think they
Yeah,
pretty much
right.
have.
They haven't been using much coal. I mean, can I dovetail into?
Well, hang on, Paul. Sorry, just finish, Russell.
Okay.
Yeah, you go,
No,
Russell. Just finish.
Oh, you know,
Yeah,
that was
go
what I was
for
going to say. Yeah, sorry. Go, Richard, or Paul, or whoever.
Okay.
Or Paul, go.
I was just going to dovetail into what Russell was talking about renewables. It looks like Biden wants to do everything opposite of what Elon does, because he's actually now going to sign an executive order about creating more heat pumps to offset the gas and push more electric cars and more renewables. And the EU is now doing the same. So the irony of it all, that Elon asked for fossil fuels and they actually push more renewables. So it was just
Crazy
like,
old world, eh?
So is that Elon's? Is that Elon's master plan? He just says the opposite, and he knows Biden. He just says something, and he knows Biden will do the opposite. But don't forget, it's about two timescales. So, for instance, let's just say Russian gas pipeline to Europe gets closed, the one that's running now, not the one that's just been built, but the other one. Then let's just say, what does Austria do for gas? The answer is, well, it just turns it off because there is none, and that's okay. As long as you don't need it.
Talk to the Norwegians.
Sure.
So I guess the issue is of timescale. In timescales of weeks, you can ramp up old oil wells or production lines, or in the Northwest Shelf, they could divert gas from Asia to Europe if that's more needed and whatever.
But then the problem is just, and then it's just the answer is gas. Any problem, the answer is gas. The answer is coal. You know, and then everyone laughs and goes, oh, yeah, you said solar and batteries was, well, it's obvious. As soon as there was a crisis, everyone immediately panicked and went to gas.
Yeah,
because what the UK has done, they've got rid of the coal-fired power stations, great. But what they've done is just thoroughly hooked the entire country on gas. And now we have a gas crisis.
Yeah,
So,
in a way, on that, Richard, it's almost the lesser of two evils, I suppose, from an environmental point of view. But
well,
I still don't.
No, gas is just as bad as coal, in a slightly different way.
I mean, in terms of the how do I describe it? So where the coal actually comes from compared to where the gas is coming from at the moment. So the coal that's coming from the area, weren't they pulling it from like Russia and stuff as well, in those like on land coal fields? No, okay. Anyway,
not sure.
Yeah, okay.
Not sure.
The thing that is a little bit, I guess, frustrating as well is that this is like an agnostic opinion. This isn't like me like saying I'll support someone or not. But back when Trump was president, he actually described the situation happening. I'm not sure if people have seen that video.
Yeah,
or not. Yeah, but he pretty much like outlines this exact scenario, and then the Germans are laughing at him about it, saying, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot! Like it's never going to happen." Blah blah. And then I wonder if those people still have their jobs or not, because it was for him with such a low IQ to make that call and get it right.
It's a coin flip. Come on, Russell. Like, okay, okay, who put up your hands? Like, I really want to know who of you would have thought Putin is literally gonna go into Ukraine and bomb the shit out of it. Like,
that's irrelevant.
Like, that's insane.
The war. It's not the war that he called. It's the security of the energy and having them by the balls. So no matter what happens, they can't respond, and it just made it more likely that he could start a war, not that he would. So by them not having energy security and relying on Russia, their options around defense are dramatically reduced because they are dependent on them for their gas. It's much the same as if we're so dependent on China for exports. If they just like shut the door and say, "No, sorry, no more exports," like our country's pretty much like fucked, you know, like what are we going to do straight away? So the diversification or the almost like nationalistic energy grids, I think, is what's going to be overhauled like like across the world after this.
Well, what's the saying that you should never let a crisis go wasted? So really, this is a great opportunity to get renewable energy, and actually it's all about storage. We know it's not about the generation per se, it's about where do you put it when you need it, or for when you need it.
Yeah.
So this is obviously a great opportunity, but it's something that takes years to spool up. I mean, well, in fact, Tesla has this is precisely their 10-year plan. By the end of this decade, they will have, I forget how many terawatt hours of battery production. And a lot of that's for stationary storage. It's not just for vehicles.
It's not hard to do. I mean, at my place, I've had this last bill I got from December, January. I had the aircon on 24/7 pretty much, depends on what. My bill was like $150, like for the whole time. Because I've got huge amount of solar, huge amount of battery. That's like at an individual level, but like the government's got way more money than me. Like, you know, it's not like it's impossible to do. There's cases around the world where we've done it. There's all these videos on Tesla's YouTube now. They're installing these like big battery cells in like remote areas, and I think up north as well, some of the mine sites are going to an internal system to get away from Horizon Power, where they're using their own battery.
Yeah, but some of them have had learned lessons. FMG went dark in one of their sites a few years ago, because this guy I was doing an MBA with, the engineering equivalent of an MBA, he said that they had dimensioned it for, it was either 6 or 7 days of shitty weather, and they actually got 13 or something days of shitty weather, and the entire grid failed. So they had to start, I don't know if it was Cloudbreak or one of the sites at FMG, from cold start, which is effectively like it was brand new and being commissioned, because they had a black swan event. They thought they dimensioned it adequately, but they hadn't. So yeah, so go, Richard, you were going to sort of comment on that too.
Oh, sorry, I've lost my train of thought with that now. But yeah, look, we have a certain number of days of battery storage capacity on our remote sites, like down the rail line, you know, which we've factored in. But yeah, you know, that you know, it's not an infinite amount of battery storage at any of the sites. We've never had an outage of any of them for that. But you know, yeah, it could happen. But yeah, no, look, all of the miners, there's a lot going on in the background, but everyone's basically seeing the writing on the wall, or is, you know, looking at it from, you know, there's a lot of EPA scrutiny now and pressure, and there's a lot of, everything's being looked at now, scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. So you know, there's a big holistic side of it, and the thing with miners and that is that they don't care about whether a politician said something that they should be done or not. They'll just simply look at it, the cold, hard facts and the cost, and go, well, we'll just make this decision then. And then entire fleets will just go electric. So, you know, like in the blink of an eye. So, you know, that there's kind of a sort of political, you know, words that are set out to the world, you know, for saying all the right things, and then in the background there's actually just doing things to make the business better.
And wouldn't that be a classic example of, if it can be done, and if it can be done profitably, any mine, you know, will absolutely do it in a heartbeat, because it just makes economic sense. So if it makes sense, they'll do it. It's as simple as that. Not because it's the right thing to do per se.
No. Look,
it's just
companies. We all know companies. You know, they're not necessarily, they're not evil. They're just trying to make the most profit. So whatever results in the most profit will be done.
That's right. Yeah.
Kind of almost irrespective of, within the law, you know, irrespective of what it is.
Harold?
Yes. Yes, Rob.
It's good conversation, but I think we've got Kate and Jackie that are newbies. I'm not sure.
Oh, cool.
Joined recently, yeah.
Jackie, I think your name's familiar, but there might be two Jackies. Please say hello if you're comfortable in doing so. Oh yes, Jackie, I remember you. Yes, you were here last week.
Yeah, same Jackie. Just didn't put my full name in.
Awesome. Welcome
today.
Welcome back. Sorry, and Rob, and the other person was Kate.
Hi.
I can't see Kate. Where's Kate?
Oh, puppy.
You sure that's not on your OnlyFans, Rob, on the other screen you're looking at?
There's two screens. It was Kate on the iPhone. She's gone now, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. Right. Sorry, you had me going there because I was scanning intently and couldn't find Kate. But hello to Kate in YouTube land if you're watching back on YouTube. And Christine, I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but if you weren't, welcome, and if you were, welcome back.
Hello. Yes, we were here a couple weeks ago. We just got our Tesla a couple of days ago. I haven't driven too much in my life. Oh my God.
So how good is it? And how glad are you that you finally got a Tesla?
Well, it's for my husband. He's downstairs right now playing with it.
That'll happen.
And the Tesla.
And the car.
That's awesome. You do know you can play video games, but if you play, is it Buggy Racer? Just be mindful if you do it on lawn, you're just going to get huge divots in your lawn. So if it's in your garage, it'll be fine. Or just put a sheet of carpet under it, and it'll be even better.
Yeah, we've already got the controllers and the console to pull out.
Fantastic. Oh, well, congratulations. And I'm sure in time you will look back and say that your only regret was that you didn't get that car sooner.
Absolutely. We're already saying it. We should have done this ages ago.
That's cool. Well, the next question will be, when will you become a 2 Tesla family? Because there are a lot of us that are literally breeding Teslas. So we get the 1 and then we go for the 2. And then you become a second generation Tesla family.
Interestingly, the statistics are.
As soon as that comes out, we'll be getting that, I'm sure.
Awesome.
What's that?
Fantastic.
The Model Y, see?
Yeah, sorry, say again, Christine. Pete didn't get that. He was just talking over you just then. Just say that again about the second car.
Oh yeah, we want the Y. So as soon as we can, we're going to try to get that one as well.
Well, Christine, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to take a number because half the people in this room have already. We're already claiming first rights on the Model Y.
I believe Rob ordered one on Monday. You true in that, Rob? Like Rob was saying something about he's going to order one on Monday.
Rob's a bad man because he told me that
Tuesday.
Rob alleged in a text that the Model Y order page, the Australian one, came up briefly before it disappeared.
Did it?
And that got me really excited.
Really?
But I have another theory. But anyway, go and tell us, Rob. Tell us your story.
Someone put a tweet out.
Yeah,
There has been some changes. There's been some little changes on the website, and a few people across Australia have noticed it. So my theory is the page is ready to go. They're just waiting for enough Model 3s to get delivered over the next week or two before they open her up.
Yeah, let's hope you're right, Rob. I hope. I just wish that we could just go to Tesla.
Yeah, I check every day.
And look, and then click on Australia. And wouldn't it be funny if it worked this time? And then click on Model Y and stay updated. Anyway.
I've been going to the Model 3 page to say like order now, and then changing the 3 to a Y, hoping it's sitting in the background without having the right link there. But I always keep getting the pages not found pop up.
Yes. I do that. Yeah, exactly, Russell. So what you do is you basically get this page and you just change that you change the 3 for a Y, and if you do this as your favorite or whatever, then what you'll get is a 404 error like that. Now, one day that will just go straight to order and will be awesome. But that's one quick way to always make sure you're in the Australian zone. But sometimes your Internet Explorer will be helpful, inverted commas, and it will go to the American site, and then you'll have a heart attack and then go, oh, it's ready, and it's not. So you probably have to do a double take anyway. But one day.
There you go.
I've noticed they've put the Margaret River one on there now and charging.
Is it up?
Yeah, finally.
But the one in the city still says Q1 2022.
Yes, because it's the second city one. Yes, it's not. So Margaret River's up.
Yeah,
It's not on the app though.
Yeah, it's not on the app. It's on. Yeah, it's not on
No.
the app yet.
It's not on the app.
Website.
No, not
Right.
yet.
Yeah.
On the find us bit, on the website.
Oh, you guys.
Now, speaking of charging, there's actually an interesting. This is just a quick segue to the Giga factory in Berlin, which could possibly be a factor in the timing of us getting a Model Y, because obviously at the moment all the Model Ys that are being sold into Europe and the UK, which is more interesting to us because it's the same side of the road as we are, they are all coming from Shanghai. But this is a video of a double-decker supercharger setup, which is basically intended for use with car carriers. So what you basically do is the car carrier slots in, and then you can actually see that you've got a forward-facing Model 3 or Y at the back, then a backwards-facing one, and then a forwards-facing on the bottom. And on the top, you've got forwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. So the truck just
That's
comes
amazing.
in. They just hook them all up like at a milking station, and charge them up while they're on the truck.
You
So
throw that
that's
back leg down so they don't kick you when they're doing it.
They're so smart.
that's optional. That's optional there, Russell. But yeah, it's pretty awesome just to the extent of what Tesla will do to charge these. And I think in a previous part of the video, I actually saw that they had 2 power boxes, but only 4 stalls. So it's implying they're using 1 power box for 2 stalls, which means they might be really jamming in the charge hard, because you only have to charge up to 30% just for transport, or maybe a little bit more, maybe to 50%, which if you can do it hard enough when it's brand new, would only take a few minutes. So yeah, it's pretty awesome.
With the charging in Europe, how they've opened up the charging network to, not all across Europe, but some of the areas there.
Yes.
So on Teslas, all the charging ports are in the same position, right? So everyone backs into
Yes.
it. Yep. So what's going to happen when you get a Leaf or something rock up and they take the charger from this side, that side, and then try to pull down your car?
So there are, I think people have tweeted this out, and I think actually Tesla, I don't know if it was Tesla themselves or someone else, has actually got like a quick reference guide on which way you park your car. So because you can, say Nissan Leaf, well, if a Leaf has CCS, which the new ones will, or say a Hyundai Kona, for example, it's got the charging port at the very front in the centre, well, pretty much in the centre. You just forward park, whereas Tesla's you reverse park. I can't remember an Audi e-tron, but there are different techniques, and one of the techniques is to actually park in the bay next to the first bay of the supercharger, so that you can plug in on the right-hand side of the right rear. So you have to go one bay across.
Would have been good if there's like a standardized requirement for electric vehicles, then it would make everything a lot easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, if we were all kings for a day, 20 years ago, we might have done that. But as with all these sort of things, innovations, it's been organically growing. I mean, Tesla's biggest problem in the US is they've got their own proprietary plug, and the rest of all the other cars are going for CCS, in this case CCS1, because they're a single-phase dominant country. And the rest of the world has gone to CCS2, which thankfully Australia has almost adopted. New Zealand has, it's law in New Zealand. The only new cars that can be imported into New Zealand, electric cars, must have CCS2, whereas in Australia that's not mandatory. So the new Nissan Leaf still has CHAdeMO, but in Europe it's all CCS2. So you've got this classic Betamax VHS issue with Tesla. And, the solution is Tesla produces a CCS, well, in their case, CCS1 adapter, and all their new cars ought to be CCS, and they should just have adapters to be able to use the old superchargers. And then, they've only got a couple of million cars in existence. In 10 years' time, they'll have 50 million cars. And if they were all CCS, it would be much better.
Are we going to also hear from John today about the race in the weekend?
Oh, yes. In fact, I keep on looking at John. John, would you like to tell us how your awesome green machine went?
Okay, we did pretty well down in Albany. We got some pretty good times. We're up against some pretty stiff competition. But the one thing we did do was Jürgen was able to beat the 2 or 3 of the really fast guys in Targa West. So there was a couple of new guys down there with pretty expensive cars that obviously beat us. But the competition that we're facing in Targa West, we were able to beat. You know, we had wet conditions on Monday. It was wet in the morning, and Jürgen does really well in the wet. So I think we came out 5th outright overall for the Monday, which is really good. I mean, there's some Lamborghini, some $600,000 car that we're up against. Well, that came first, right? And there's some other pretty stiff competitions ahead of that. Yeah, so all around it went pretty well. I actually didn't go down, so Andrew Harvey took the charging unit down, and Jürgen and Helen did the car part of it, and we did 2 days of racing with the team, managed to execute that. So yeah, it's all, let me say, the car's getting a lot of attention. The feedback I got was there was a huge amount of attention when it was parked up, getting charged in the car parks and things. And yeah, look, it just continues to perform. You know, we're halfway through our 2nd Targa West season with this car, and it hasn't had a service yet. So, you know, tell me any other petrol car that's out there competing that's not been serviced in 2.5 years. So, you know, the message that it's a pretty awesome car is getting, you know, he's getting out there, and it's turning a lot of heads still.
So in the Targa, John, I remember you spoke to us before about the rules and whatnot, and you were having troubles with just getting enough juice into it to do the stage lengths. These ones are a bit shorter. Is that
yeah,
what it was?
Yeah,
or?
Yeah, it's not such a. Albany's is a very short. They're very short stages. So yeah, charging down there is not a problem. We just give it a top up charge each run, and there's a fair bit of time between each run because there's 70 or 80 cars. So
okay. And were you required to race last again at this one, or can you race in the right position on the field?
No, it's an overall Targa West thing. We're last, so it's actually better for us. I mean, it's just for a safety reason that if there's an accident, we haven't got a big backlog of cars coming up to a Tesla on fire that nobody knows what to do with, right? So yeah, that's sort of entrenched now. But I think there's long term there's some benefits for us being last. It gives us more options, I think, than when we're up ahead.
Also, they can sweep the track for you, I suppose, as well, can't they? If it's a bit loose at the start, which is nice.
Well, one of the advantages, if there is any accidents or any offs or anything happens, that's all delayed times, and we can use that time for charging. So
yeah, okay.
We get the maximum amount of charging time being last. So I'm happy with that.
And in the Targa, you entered the division where there was speed restrictions. Is this the same sort of setup, or because you went like 160, or was there a speed limit on this one?
So two years ago, we did the 130 limited class, and we cleaned up in that. Last year, we did the 165 category, which is a limit of 165 kilometres an hour, and we won that with a convincing 4-minute lead to the nearest competitor. They won't let us do 165 again, and I don't really particularly want to do it again either. So we're in the open category. We're in, it's unlimited, but it's actually limited to 200 kilometres an hour for Targa West. So that's basically called open competition. And it's pretty much the same as 165, except there are a few places where you can go faster than 165, and that they really kill us, right? When we're doing that speeds between 160 and 200 kilometers an hour, that car is really getting through the electrons big time, right? So, and they're long stages. So we're charging compromise. We can't get the electrons in it fast enough to keep ourselves competitive. So we know that. We know how to predict that. We pretty much know where we're going to be with that. We are going to be deploying some faster charging assets, but our main problem is getting the car to accept the faster charging. That's something we're still working on. The car, when you're in the track mode, the car flat out cools the battery, and then as soon as we get to the charger, it decides, whoops, I need to heat the battery now. And it limits the speed we can charge it at. So it's a little thing that we need to work on, because we've only got about 15 minutes to charge between these runs, and we've got to get as much in there as possible during that time.
So with the speed limit on this one, I watched the videos that you posted online, and I couldn't see the converging lights to the speed. Was that because you're not going to get to 200 in this one, or?
No, he's not. That was Jürgen's invention, and he's done away with that. He's decided that that's a distraction for him. So I don't know the reason he's moved away from that, but we're not using that any further. Yeah.
And early on in Tesla, they had the battery swap technology where they were pushing that. You got an older Model 3, which I guess still has the ability to drop the battery out of the bottom.
No, you can't. No, you can't, Russell.
No? Oh, okay.
No. Model S and X only.
Oh, was it? Okay. All right. Well, that's not going to work. And you have to. I guess you got to use the same car, right? You can't have two cars.
No, yeah. Look, I have thought about that.
Come on, John. Where's the commitment? Buy two of them, and
you never get to drive your car.
I've got to double up on the stickers on two cars and make them look identical. It was a nightmare just doing one.
Now, one thing that John said was interesting was Targa are nervous about electric cars catching on fire. Perhaps we should just have a little look at some of this footage just to see what ordinary cars can do.
Damo.
Yeah, man.
That you?
So there you go. I mean, I don't know. I don't think a Model 3 would be inclined to do that in any time in a hurry. But anyway, it's a bit ironic.
There was two car fires this week in Perth. I'm pretty sure if one of them was electric, it would have made the news more than
what
they did.
That would have been international news.
Yeah.
You guys have probably seen the Sydney Harbour Bridge crazy accident with that stolen car. That also burned really badly.
Yeah.
Oh, the thing about the electrics in these cars, right? Like the whole car has got a continuity circuit through most of the high voltage wiring, and all the connectors have got a sensor cable through the whole lot. Everything has to be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, the contactor inside the battery won't close, right? So if you have an accident and a connector gets disturbed or something happens with that circuit, there's absolutely no way that contactor is going to. They're all absolutely scared of. They've got these big rubber hooks and everything. They're thinking that if the car crashes, the driver's going to be in there getting electrocuted, and they put the rubber hook around him and pull him out of the car. It's just not going to happen, right?
What you mean, like a sheep, like a big shepherd, like the old in the.
They've got two big orange shepherd hooks, the orange boots, the big orange gloves. They've got all that ready to, if case Jürgen crashes, that's how they're going to hoik him out of the car.
So they're going to strangle him or break his neck as they're yanking him out of the electric car.
Change the meter board.
Have they got a special thing to push the handle open as well when they do it? Because I don't know how they're going to get in the door if it's caught fire.
So the one thing I haven't done, which I intend to do, is I don't know if you've noticed under your bonnet of your Model 3, under that plastic, the first plastic bit, there is the wire there that's got
the isolation battery isolator.
I think that's probably the most sensible, safest thing to do with this car in a racing mode is to cut it, break into that wire and bring it outside basically my intention is to put it where the tow hook is at the front. Just bring it out there and have the big, electrical or whatever isolation tag there. So if there was an accident, that and you may not be able to get the bonnet open. There might be some kind of the 12-volt battery might be the one that's on fire or something like that. At least be able to externally isolate that the circuitry in the whole car and kill it. But other than that, the car's as safe as
Hey John, why couldn't you put an isolator switch on, like the plunger isolator switch, just turn it on 90 degrees and pull the key out like all the cars have got?
Oh yeah,
in that circuit.
Could do that. Yeah.
I mean, my old converted Ford Focus had an isolator switch. It was just a red one, and you just smashed it down.
Yeah, same
and
thing.
it isolated the traction battery.
Stop button.
Yeah, it was. It literally was. Stop the car.
So if you hit a tree, it automatically isolates.
Yeah.
Hey, John, you know how
Can't do it.
Jürgen doesn't have a limiter in his car? So with the top speed, he's basically got to be, looking at it. So if you're in the open class and there's a 200k limit, I mean, that's, so many times more dangerous for him to be watching his speed while he's trying to watch the track as well.
Yeah.
Is the 200k enforced in the open class, just like the 165 and the 130, or?
Oh, absolutely. If he goes over, I think there's a small tolerance. He's allowed to go over for a certain number of seconds, and if he goes over for any longer than a couple of seconds, or whatever it is, I don't know, then he gets ping points. Now it's all about points, so he'll lose points for that. And then, of course, if he's under the 200 when he could be doing 200, well, then he's losing time. So it's a balance. It's a balance between time and points. So
I know we spoke.
Can he use his points to?
Oh, sorry, Jared, go, mate.
Can he use his points to upgrade? Can he get better accommodation and stuff?
I wish I had said that. Anyway,
country towns.
Okay, so
John, I know we spoke before about it, about the tech behind it, but I've been the last couple of months, I've been doing a lot of research about modifications to the computer systems and stuff in the car. And there's companies that actually do custom built modifications to the computer systems that you can actually get made for yourself. I don't know whether it might be viable or even if it's worth it or not to get someone to actually create your custom software for your Tesla to have that functionality that you need to limit the car's top speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth having to think about. I mean, it would help him a lot if he didn't have to manage that top speed. Definitely.
Yeah.
Can't you just put it in there? Because you could.
No, you can't.
No,
you can't. There is a safety mode for in your car. You can set it to. It's like teenager mode where you have a maximum speed limit, but it's not. It's not as agile as what Jürgen needs. So what Jürgen needs is you set the absolute maximum to say 200, and you mash the pedal, and it does 1.3 Gs up until 200, and then does 0 G coast at 200 flat until you take your foot off the accelerator. But that's just not a function that Tesla does. But look, we know Elon watches this program religiously, and Elon, just make it happen. In track mode, have a setting for maximum speed, and that's all you've got to do.
Couple of lines of code. It would be so
easy. Precisely.
Well, is that it? Can you have traffic light drag mode?
Say a couple lines.
Yes, it's the same thing, Russell. It's exactly the same. Traffic light drag mode. So you set it to 60, and before you're halfway across intersection, you've already passed that Harley or whatever, and then you suddenly start doing 60.
You mean they're in your rear vision mirror? Sorry, John wanted to say something.
Go, John.
Look, managing the top speed is something that honestly the driver, that's his job, right? I mean that's what he's finally tuned at doing that well, right? And let's face it, when you're doing 200 kilometers an hour, you're paying attention, right? Especially when you.
Oh, I'm not. Carmen, when you go shopping and you're doing your 200 miles an hour, are you paying attention, Carmen?
especially
Well,
down.
clearly not.
because I have 2 tickets of $200.
Carmen, I would preface that with allegedly, because because the police are alleging you've done it. You haven't admitted to it yet, but you probably did.
I have to pay.
Before we lose Elon's attention, right, there is something that would be much more useful that Tesla could do for us, right? And that would be to give us the ability to tell the car that we're going to a supercharger. You know, if I could tell that car I'm going to be at a supercharger in 20 kilometers, within 20 kilometers time, and the car could prepare the battery for supercharging.
You can do that. So the software mod that I was looking at, it gives you the functionality to manually turn on battery heating whenever you want. So a friend of mine has it, and he likes to do a bit of drag in the morning on the way to work, but he lives so close to the freeway. When he goes on the freeway, battery's not warm yet. So he turns it on battery warming when he's getting ready, and when he hops in the car, it's already toasty, and he just like straight away can just go for it. And you can turn it on and off manually. Like it's really easy to do.
Well, let's have a chat offline, because I'm very interested in mastering that.
I'll put the link.
I'll
put the link in to the company.
Or Russell or John, just put your number in the chat, and then Russell can give you a buzz, or vice versa.
On some dodgy, singles website.
Yeah.
Hey, but we shouldn't, in terms of limiting the speed, we shouldn't underestimate, because Jürgen's got a big disadvantage, because all the other cars have got automatic limiters, and there he is driving 200k an hour, and he's got to be, and it's not just watching the speedometer, it's watching it and looking at the road and watching it just to make sure that you're right on or just under 200. I mean, that would, that would take a lot of mental effort. So he's at a big disadvantage compared to the other drivers.
Yeah, I actually disagree with you, John. I agree with you, Pete. It'll be so much easier for Jürgen to just mash the pedal and go, I want to go as fast as I can. And if it suddenly stops going faster, it just means it's at 200. Then job done, because then Jürgen can just do what he has to do, which is look outside, look out the window and see what's going on. But
I heard that FSD version 12 works on dirt roads, so you just double tap and does Targa by itself.
Awesome.
Yeah, pretty advanced now.
Now, speaking of something, this is actually quite important and very pertinent to John himself. This is a new DC charging location, fast DC charging location, and this is actually at John's workshop. So this is a biofill, which as each day passes is getting better and better. So it'll get to the point where all you need to do is just turn on a button, and this thing will start up and you're about to charge your car. As you can see in the description, what John is asking is for anyone that uses this charger, and this is all on biofill, so it's all on used canola oil, is just to make a donation to the Chuffed campaign, which would be an awesome thing to do. So that's an awesome thing, John, and it's a beautiful thing. And what we should all do is try and support it.
That's our closest DC charger, I think.
Well, exactly. So by all means, go there, and it works 24/7, and charge up, and you are literally, and this is true, John Cadogan was incorrect. It is basically diverting used oil which would otherwise be disposed of in landfill or be burnt, and it's basically converting it to energy and back to CO2, which is better than methane. And it's also helping the Chuffed effort, which is a great thing to do. So even if you just want to just go there for the sake of it, and wake up and smell the fish and chips, it's a good thing to do. And in the next few days, John will be improving it so that the tritium will actually be online the whole time, and that's a great thing that John's working on. And that way, all you need to do is basically start the generator and within about 30 seconds, it'll be ready to go. And at the end of it, hopefully he'll get to a stage where it'll just turn off by itself and job done.
So is it tax deductible, the chuffed one?
This one is.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's sponsored by you. It's done through UWA, so you can actually request a. Yeah, no, and it's a good point to make because a lot of the chuff campaigns aren't. And to be honest, the thing that was impressive about the EVA chuffed campaign for the Perth to Esperance Highway was not tax deductible. So there's nothing better than when you leverage a donation, and it's great to have it leveraged by the federal government in the form of a tax deduction, so that we can all participate.
What it boils down to is that we can all afford to donate, up to twice as much.
Or you can bring a jar of used olive oil from your house, or you can make a donation, one or the other.
But you're not allowed to undo a zip while you're donating. So please, oil only.
Russell,
John, is that at your workshop, mate?
Russell?
Go, go, Richard Cooper.
John, is that at your workshop?
No, but thanks, John, for doing that. I mean,
Sorry, Richard Chapman. Sorry, Richard. It was Richard Cooper that was talking. Sorry, apologies. We're just crossing over. So Dr. Cooper, the doctor in the house, please speak.
Is the charger at John's workshop?
Yes, sorry, it's right here on PlugShare. So if you look on the scale of Perth, it's in O'Connor. So hopefully you can see that.
Richard, I've moved since you've been to my workshop. I've moved.
Okay.
I've moved from Coburn up to O'Connor. So
it's 103 Garling Street in O'Connor. So you can see it there on PlugShare. It's in O'Connor.
Richard's getting old. He won't remember anyway.
That's why I have a phone.
Okay.
Are we getting the biofuel car fresheners that we can hang from our mirrors as well? Get that good smell while we're the full experience.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a question. What's one of the members of Tokwa joining an outlaw motorcycle club? That's what I'm led to believe.
Hey, Richard, that question might have been directed at you.
It might have been. but Jared, this isn't Tesla related. What I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just concerned about the safety on the streets with these Harleys driving around.
So he's gone to the effort of becoming an Australian citizen, and now it looks like he's intent on becoming a temporary citizen.
Hey,
here it is. Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
But you've got it already.
Hang on. Yep. I don't mess with
Oh, hang on. Let me spotlight you. Sorry. Here we go. You're on the big screen.
I'm trying to work out how I oh, there we go. Change my. Yeah.
See up your nose there.
Hang on.
Yeah, you can see the lines of. Oh,
there we go.
Very nice. Oh, you decided on black on black.
No, I went with the one that they had.
Right.
So there was, it was.
It's nice.
Next demo. So there was the orange one that I was going to go and see, which sold an hour before I got there.
Oh, really?
I couldn't get back from a site quick enough. But this one was there for an extra $5,000 and 5-year warranty, and it's like it was more than I wanted to pay, but it actually. Yeah.
How much are they, Richard?
It's great. This was 35,
Ooh.
so they're brand new. They're 50.
50
brand
new.
Yeah, brand new. They're 50. The one that I was going to go and see was 30, and this was 35. So yeah, it's it's a beast. And I tell you what. Oh, do you know what? Something that is Tesla related was when me and Emma were. Well, obviously she was driving the S, and I was on this, and we were at the lights. And there was a 3, 2, 1 and smoked everyone behind us. It was very satisfying.
Are they quick?
So sorry.
It's not battery, is it?
Yeah, it's a live wire.
Yeah,
Oh, it is- it
it's
is-
100%, 100% battery.
100k.
Oh, well, okay.
No, it's 80%. So it's
Oh.
142 Ks at 80%. So the guy, you're talking around about 200 Ks. But it will do 100 Ks an hour in 3 seconds, which, but look, you know, I've ridden bikes that are faster than that. Harley, it's not a super bike. You know, I found on the test ride yesterday that I found it was even at max power, it was it was probably, I think, maybe slightly underpowered. But look, it's got plenty of power, and I need it for a commuter bike now, seeing as the reason I got it was 5 years of FIFO ended for me on Monday.
Yeah, what happened there? So no more walks in the night past the women's
no
gym.
more walks in the night.
Damn.
Gina's had enough of me doing that. So we're doing a big expansion at work, and there's an engineering position come up in Perth, and so I've gone for that, and now I need a way to get to the office. So
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Awesome. Richard. Well done.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, congratulations, Richard. Let's hear it for you.
Thanks, guys.
Well done.
Yeah, well done. Awesome, mate.
Yeah.
Nice.
And you just
So,
get
Richard,
the
do you
razor,
live south of the river?
you just get the razor out, trim up that beard like
I
Pete
came
Petrosky
for it.
just got out of prison welfare.
Well, hang on. So say again, Jackie.
Oh no, I was going to let Jared finish. I was just asking Richard if he's south of the river. Well, I'm keen for a test ride.
Only just we're in Frio, and you're always welcome.
Oh, close. Maybe I convert the husband's Harley as well.
Where are you?
I'm in Success.
Oh, brilliant! Oh, just
Or DM you.
well, look, my wife was a daughter of a prolific biker, so she couldn't. She's full support. So work on your husband too.
That's good. That's good.
All right. Cool. Okay, so we've covered John's.
Ask John. That
Yes,
Charger,
go.
John. Are you the unit down the back right-hand corner when you look at from the road?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sorry.
I've got another question unrelated to that topic, Harold.
Go, John.
About ordering parts from Tesla, right? So if you want to get some parts, but you have to go on the app, right? You go on the app and you book a service, and in the service description you describe what parts you want and ask for a price. Is that how everyone does it?
Yes, that's what Tesla wants you to do.
The problem being is the app's related to your car. If you want some parts that are not related to your car, like I wanted to get some wheel pressure sensors for the 18-inch Aero type.
Dr. Cooper.
Yeah.
Dr. Cooper would have the answer for these questions, John.
No.
Oh.
Well, okay. So if you want TP,
just drop in.
if you want TPMS sensors, you can just put that as an item in your app. If it's for a Tesla, if Tesla sensors, although I believe so. Okay. First thing is, if you want it for a Tesla, it doesn't really matter what you order in the app, because Adam Hunt in Osborne Park, they get the local service centre gets all of those requests. So Adam will actually look at that manually and decide what to do with it, because notionally you book a time slot, which is actually meaningless, because for a part there is no time slot. So Adam would actually read that. I dare say if you wanted a list of parts, it would be more efficient just to go. Well, it'd be lovely to ring them, but that's almost impossible, and that's worldwide. But to just go there and say, this is my list, and then Adam might roll his eyes and say, I really wish you just put it in the app, because structurally that's the way they want to roll. But if you wanted TPMS sensors just in general, I believe you don't need to buy Tesla ones because I think they are an industry standard sensor.
They use the same frequency. I've had a guy at the tire store confirm that for me. So I've had BPMS sensors put in, and yes, they are the same industry. There's nothing special about the frequency. They use the industry standard one.
And the format to data
deals, no problems.
So you can buy them. You can buy them. You don't need to buy Tesla ones. You can
No,
just-
not at all. No.
How much is this? Because these Tesla ones they've quoted about $150 each, like $600 for a set of 4.
Yeah, I'll look it up for you, mate.
I'll get in
can
touch
just get
with
them from
you.
Super Cheap Auto.
Probably can, but
They're not
I got
very
mine.
expensive. I think they're like $90 or something from memory. Like, because I bought some from my other car before from Super Cheap, but they were under $100.
Yeah. And they just talk to the car. You don't have to program them or do any shit to them or.
No, you need to, when you put them in, you've got to tell them to go back to your car again. They won't just automatically do it. But your car will come up and will say the wheel won't have a number on it. And when you start moving the car, it will turn itself on. And then you just click the tire that it's for.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Promart? Sorry, I shouldn't really have done this live.
My one that I had is different because mine was a cigarette lighter one where it had a display on the thing. They're a bit cheap, but it's used the same frequency because I think mine was way cheaper than those ones.
$76.90 on eBay. Fit a Model S, but the same thing. Yeah, there you
And
go.
this is the same thing, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Monitoring TPMS. Oh no, only Promata, so I don't know if that's open, but that's a similar price.
There's one here for a Model S, so I gather they're the same. So.
Can you put that on chat, Richard? Is that easy to do? And then I can just like throw it up on the big screen.
Just go on eBay, Harold. Type in TPMS.
So just
do a
on
search for TPMS sensor for Tesla, and it just comes up straight away.
Okay.
Cool.
So just on this topic, might be of interest to other Model 3 owners is that I'm sort of needing to get more wheels so that I can manage my tyres. So I can have a set of softs, have a set of mediums, and have a worn set to run out and all that. I'm just finding it's too hard with only 2 sets of wheels. So I've actually bought a set of off a guy, a full set of brand new Aeros, right? Got brand new tyres. And I've sold the tyres to Pete Harris, so they're done. But then I thought, well, it was a bit of a waste putting these brand new rims onto a race car and getting all dinged and dented and everything else, all that straight away and scratched. So I'm sort of offering, look, if someone's got a Model 3 with a really bad rim rash where they've hit the curb going into Macca's or something, give us a few dollars and I'll give you a new rim, swap them out, right? Like a bit of a trade-in service. I've got 4.
John, I've got 4 rims in rash.
You got what?
I got 4 that have been scratched.
Right. Well, about $150 to get them repaired, and it's about $600 to buy a new one. So come down to the workshop sometime, Nigel, and you can have a look. And if you want to take one away and swap it out and put a donation into the Chuff campaign, I'd be happy to help you out.
Good. Hey John, which size wheels are those?
18-inch Aeros.
Yeah. Cool.
What do I have?
You've got 18-inch Aeros as well, Carmen.
18-inch
you've
arrows.
got the
Okay.
same ones.
There is a little bit of a trim decoration.
Okay, so I think we should start the bidding at $75. 75 we have, 75 anyone else, 76, 78, 70, $80, $80, 85, 85.
$200.
200, I see 200. Who put their hand up? But seriously, obviously lots of people have got scratched rims, and look, and the point is, because the Chuff campaign is tax deductible, whereas your tyres, your wheels aren't, unless it's a business car. it's a great deal if you you can leverage off that donation and get a great net deal for your car.
You're going to
I'll
be
have to
paying
go
tax
and have
in
a
the
look.
first place.
Hey, John.
Yes, true.
John, I just had a
Sell some
thought,
shares.
Sell some shares. Sell some shares, Nigel. Sell those shares you got for 40 cents off the bottom price of Tesla, of the all-time low in the last few months. Make that
John,
capital
I had
gain.
another thought for you, mate. I'm just not sure what we described is going to work for you before. You said you're looking for the tire pressure monitors, but your car's only going to hold one set at a time. So you might need to buy the monitors that have the separate screen that displays it and just sit it on somewhere. Otherwise, when you live swap them, you're going to have to go through and update all the wheels each time you swap the wheels over.
Yeah, it does it automatically. It doesn't take long.
They do it themselves. They just
do it automatically.
I've got 2 sets of wheels now. I'm swapping them out all the time. There's no drama.
So this, as Richard,
Which wheels what though?
because it's actually got an antenna in every wheel arch, and the signal is it's 433.92 megahertz, and it's exceedingly weak. So it goes on signal strength, and it can infer which tire it's talking to. So it's automatic, and thankfully they've done industry standards, so they're all compatible. Thankfully.
Because I was going to ask, when I rotate my tires, I need to update my.
Don't need to do anything. It's all
Okay.
automatic. Yep.
And John, just coincidentally, this on eBay, like as Richard suggested, if you just Google TPMS sensor Tesla, and just on eBay, there's $72 each.
Right. All right.
And you can see the 433 just there. That's their standard sensors.
Cool. All right. Thanks for that.
And is that 4 pieces? That's not.
No.
Is it each? Is it each times 4, or is it for 4 of them?
No, that's
Quantity
for,
one.
That's for 4 of them together.
$65
The
each if you
description
buy
is 4
4.
pieces. 4 pieces at the top.
Yeah, but it says 4 or more is 65
if you buy
each.
4 packs. If you buy 4 packs of 4.
Wow.
That looks
Really?
Yeah. They're not, that's what I'm saying. I got mine a whole pack of them from Supercheap for like under $100 for 4 of them.
Yeah, right.
Looks like 4 for $72.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, John, when I had my wheel done and they put the TPM sensor in it, they only charged me like $35 for it at Tire Power, and that included the install as well.
Right. Okay. For the pressure sensor.
Yeah, the TPMS, tire pressure management system sensor. Yeah.
Is that Harold?
Yes.
Is that Gabriel down there? Gabriel.
Yes, it is. And Gabriel went to Lancelin. Oh, and that was new. Sorry, no, we did mention Lancelin. Yes, we did. But yeah, I believe Gabriel was at Lancelin too. So welcome back, Gabriel.
No, he wasn't. No.
Oh no, he
Yes,
wasn't.
I was not. I was supposed to, but it turns out I couldn't go.
You got a shirt on.
Yeah. I just put on for you because otherwise you're gonna be angry at me.
Carmen's blood does get a bit warm. That's when you get it off. So.
Excellent. Well, welcome back, Gabriel. And yeah, it's a shame you weren't at Lancelin. I wasn't either, but I had a kid that was doing cricket, and I couldn't be at 2 places at once.
An amazing day at Lancelin, wasn't it? Steve was there.
There was a close contact of me that got COVID, so I had to stay by myself. Yeah, but it was all good.
Yeah, and I believe there were 10 cars and 17 people, which, look, given that it was a long weekend, so a lot of people had other plans, and it can be difficult with kids and sport and all that sort of stuff. And we're living in COVID times where a lot of people are rightly, more reticent to go out to social things at the moment. It was still great to see 10 cars in Lancelin, bearing in mind the location that you were at is precisely where Synergy and Tesla are going to have fast DC chargers. So it's going to be an awesome spot in the near future.
Oh,
yeah, there was, and when I rocked up, I was one of the first. They had a 4-wheel drive with a trailer with 2 dirt bikes on, across like 4 or 5 of the parking spots. They're just like tosses, man.
And you know what's annoying is if you look at the Shire of Gingin December council meeting, there was a proposal to enforce EV charging only in those bays, and unfortunately, that proposal was knocked on the head. It wasn't carried by the councillors. So they agreed to having EV bays there, having charging there, but they did not agree to making them EV exclusive, which is a real missed opportunity. But
yeah,
you know, perhaps.
So, Harold, are you saying that what they knocked on the head was the ability to penalise?
Precisely.
Okay, so but they are still EV only bays. It's just that you can't give them a fine.
Yeah, but
precisely.
Most people that go to Lancelin, they ride the dunes, Pete, on motorcycles and stuff, and the level of IQ reading is not a strong level. So EV to them is like VB. It's just a place where you drink beer. You park the car where it says EV to drink VB. That's all it is. So it's a very
guys, I discovered something 2 days ago. I believe somebody.
Did that letter come for you, Gabriel?
Pardon?
Did that letter come for you? The one that you got the photo as you went past in the car?
No, but another one came that I wasn't expecting. So 200 just got 2 days.
Oh.
I was not expecting this.
Yes. What's that for?
Kenny Highway. I accelerate to avoid the red traffic lights, but then I got a speed camera. Yeah, that's bad. Now I know. It's just in the corner of my place, and I didn't know that was a speed camera. I thought it was just a red light.
Wasn't 2 points or anything?
Yes, 2 points.
2 points.
2 points.
Yeah, I think I got done with that garbage can, the new one, the one that's like a box with another box.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see what that one comes in at. But the car's in my wife's name, and I did tell her via me to slow down. I said I should slow down, but she doesn't listen.
So 2 days ago, I went to the beach, and I think somebody here won't know as well as I didn't know. So I got somebody with me.
So hang on, Gabrielle. Someone's got some talking in the background. I might just mute everyone, and then if you can just unmute as you need to talk. Oh, it's just gone away. Cool. Okay, sorry. Go, Gabrielle.
Yeah. So I hope I'm gonna help somebody. It's not very useful, but it's something funny. I got somebody with me. I went to the beach, and then this person put sand everywhere in the passenger door. And when I was like wiping it over the sand, I found that there is a handle to open the door too in the Model 3. Because I thought that it was only the button to open, and then I was wiping over.
Emergency.
Yeah.
So don't
I
use
didn't
that
know.
one, Gabriel. It's not made for everyday use. It'll wreck your windows.
Yeah, I believed it's just for emergency in case we run out of battery or something.
That's right. You should always push the button, not pull the handle. I just found this Shire of Gingin motion. So it went along the lines of agree that the bays be reserved for exclusive use by electric vehicles, and that was moved by Councillor Kestel and another councillor, and it was lost 2-7. So unfortunately, the Shire of Gingin decided not to agree that the bays be reserved for exclusive use, bearing in mind that the bays, hopefully it's going to be just up here. Sorry, I'll just try and find it.
I'm like a council not to want to raise revenue like that. I thought they'd take every opportunity to.
Yes.
So these are the bays here. So you guys, the first 4 are Tesla. So I'm surmising that this will be where the power unit will be, and then you've got the 3 stalls, the 3 V3 superchargers. That'll be where the Western Power transformer will be for Tesla, and then Synergy will have 2 bays for the fast DC charger and 2 bays for a backup AC charger. And then at the moment here, you've got another Western Power transformer. And I think there's a more zoomed out site of the park there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, because opposite that is the bakery, which is pretty popular.
Yes, it's a great spot. It's a great spot.
It's awesome.
Yeah, the pub was really nice.
Yeah.
The pub was.
The second one.
Sorry, if I can just interrupt. Sorry, I just got hacked by the Russians for 5 minutes. My Starlink.
So did I.
Oh, bloody Putin.
Me too, yeah.
He's putting it everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you held up, Carol.
Did you really? So Pete and Nigel, you both got.
No, I did as well.
So why didn't I? What's
because you're special, Harold.
No, they're keeping my signal up, and the Exocet missile is on its way.
Yeah, hey, Yuri, you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, so I just got hacked by the Russians, I'm sure. I had a 5 minute.
It's been gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Same.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say goodbye, folks, because I've had this man flu for 4 or 5 days, and I'm beginning to feel. Yeah. No, I've done 2 tests.
Don't rat on us.
And both came back. I was not pregnant.
Are you still pissing on the test result things?
No, you
Doesn't
shove it
work
up
like
your
that,
nose.
Your ass. I think you're doing it wrong.
Richard
Oh, dear.
Richard Cooper, that's the last time I recommend you for anything. Did you forget? just have a little mental blank, did you?
So I'll see you guys next week. All right.
All right. See you, Nigel. Take care.
See you, Dean.
Bye, Nigel.
See you, Nigel.
Since it's getting a little bit later, we might get on to Carmen's news now. For those that were here live and also endured watching 3.5 hours of this show on YouTube, which is youtube.com/Tokwa, Carmen's son was tossing up what to do about buying a, I think it was a second-hand Model S that was at Wanneroo Mitsubishi or Nissan or something, and Mazda, sorry. And we were sort of tossing up, well, maybe, and the, I guess you could call it the Tokwa Nation was sort of saying, well, maybe, you could sort of slide into a Model 3 as a temporary measure and other options and all that sort of stuff. Nissan Leaf, yes. Jared was Jared the Jester. Jared the Jester was suggesting the Nissan Leaf.
Great car.
Absolutely great car. And so, Carmen, pray tell, what did Simon say?
Well, we ended up going to see Harry on Saturday morning on my way to Home Open. So I left him with Harry and
child minding service.
What happened was I left my car there. And Simon was able to, Harry offered him a car to drive, which has the regen brakes. It's due to be handed over today to the owner who ordered it. The outside is very nice.
Allegedly, Carmen, we'll just say unofficially that Simon hopped in someone else's car unofficially.
Oh, okay.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
It's not Harry's Lloyd.
It's a dark grey, white seats, black interior, and the dashboard is white. The dashboard trim looks awful. It's so bright when you open it, but the rest of it is okay.
So he bought it.
So it's due for delivery today, but the guy isn't ready. Had an issue with finance.
Oh, not ready. He's not ready.
He's not ready.
He's not ready.
So Simon said, well, Mum, if you like it, would you have it? And I said, I think I could manage. Yeah, but can I change the white dash?
I did.
And Harry said you can change that easily to aluminium or timber.
Or aftermarket. There's any options you like.
It doesn't scratch it or do anything?
No.
No,
Okay.
I did mine.
You
Oh,
could
did you
run a
not
rabbit
do-
with meerkats as well if you wanted, Carmen, just to get the budget direct feel.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, I said, no, look, you have it for a while. Harry suggested they had a chat, and Harry said, look, I think you need to put down your name for an S right now and put a deposit on it. But in the meantime, take this one and then just give it to Mum. And I said, all right, I agree. So I said, I agree. And then I can sell mine because, so it's a performance super duper thing with regen brakes.
Oh, super
So
duper.
he drove me to Scarborough so that he could test the braking system. And then he drove it back while I did home open, and he drove my car back to pick me up. And he said there's a big difference in the drive. And he signed up and gave Harry his credit card. So it was supposed to be today, and he got a message from Harry that the owner has asked for one more day. So Harry's given him one more day, but if he doesn't pay by tomorrow, Simon will just get it. And he's put his name down for a blue with oak trim S.
Fantastic.
Which trim of the S, Carmen?
Carmen,
sorry?
That's a hell of a
Which
story.
version
Carmen.
of the S, do you know?
Yeah.
Long range or the plaid?
It's
No,
the
the
second one
standard, the long range.
long
Standard
range.
long range.
He didn't want the one that was the top because the take up was too quick.
Takeoff was too quick.
You could put it in chill mode.
So what he ordered was this car, which is it's a slow 3.2 seconds, 0 to 100.
It's too
Model
slow.
S. Yeah, it's a little bit slow, but I'm sure he'll be okay. He won't mind. And the interior, he got the oak, which
Although Jackie's got the poverty
might be
level
that
white.
might be that one.
The cream one.
Cream,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cream.
Jackie?
Cream with a oak trim.
Yes. Yep.
There
That's
you go,
that's
Jackie.
that's the trim right there. So that's. I mean, it's obviously the wrong way round, but that's the interior, and
Take a photo.
it's a wonder. Oops, sorry, it's right there. That's on. You can just go to Tesla.com and have a look. But that's awesome news, Carmen. That's fantastic. I mean, obviously, from a club point of view, hopefully, well, in one sense, it would be great if the original person that ordered it, can get finance together. But if it does fall through, the great thing is that then Simon gets to get it. It's a little bit like being a donor recipient, a transplant recipient. You don't want the person to die, but hey, if you're going to die anyway, you might as well benefit. So but that's exciting. And the great thing is he's got a Model 3, a Model S on order, which, it'll come next year, sometime. But, there's a couple of us in this room that are waiting for a couple of cars. And I wouldn't say we're patiently waiting because it doesn't matter if we're not patient. We've still got to wait.
Well, he has a car park at South 32, and in his office, and there is a charger there.
Yes, there is.
He asked me if it was the right one, but I don't know. And
I think it might be the wrong one, but there is an adapter you can get for not very much money.
I said if it doesn't fit, you can get an adapter.
Yes.
And he doesn't have a car at the moment, so he can have that straight away. And then when his S arrives, I'll take his and sell mine.
Yes, absolutely. And it's very generous of your son to buy you a car. Although I've got a feeling that Mum will be paying for it well and truly through the nose.
Most of it.
Yes.
I think I'll give him whatever I get for mine.
But look, to be perfectly honest, that was awesome news. And when you texted that to me a few days ago, I thought look, it's the best of the best thing to happen. He's got an awesome intermediate car.
Yeah.
And it's still a great car, and he's into a Tesla today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then he's still got his awesome thing to look forward to in a year's time or so. So
Well,
it's
he's only
win-win.
driven an Audi. He only does 50Ks a week. He only goes to work and back.
Yep.
And then when they go away for the weekend, they've got a 7-seater Volvo for the kids. So he was going to look at the Audi, and I kept saying, no, the guys said the Audi doesn't match up. So do your research. Don't go to Audi. So in the end, he did. He gave it up and he said no.
So you mean the Audi e-tron?
Yes.
Yeah, and look, for people watching on YouTube, with all due respect to Audi, and in fact to all of the other conventional car companies that are currently making EVs, it's really not Tesla's fault that it's making a better product. Yeah. And in some respects, you know, we can be accused of being fanboys and fangirls, but we're critical thinkers. And I tell you what, if someone can build a better car than Tesla, I'll buy it. And I mean it.
Yeah.
But it's not Tesla's fault that no one is building better cars.
Yeah. I said to him, if you think the Audi is better, you better prove it, because I'm going to tell the guys. So he did have a look at it. And he said, it's the Tesla is better value, and it does do a few things that are superior.
And it'll keep getting
Do
better.
you know, it's actually my standard response whenever I get the, oh, you're just a Tesla fanboy. I'm like, I will drop Tesla the second they take their finger off the pulse and something better comes along. But at the moment, that's not even comically far
What
away.
did Kylie Mole used to say in that song? I love him till someone better comes along. And
sorry, John.
Sorry, John. Yeah, go. Sorry, John. Go.
Just that story of Carmen's there. Is there any
Sad
way?
story.
Is there any way? I mean, that was obviously a chance situation to rock up, and then Harry got someone that can't get their finance. But is there any way of finding out that these things are going to happen? I mean, you can order a Model 3 and wait 5 or 6 months for it, or is there any way of finding out if there's deals that are going to fall over, or do you just loiter around Melbourne Park?
No.
Until you get one.
John,
That's exactly what you do, John.
John, to answer that question, really, you loiter around the casino and you just see who's they're gambling heavily. They're trying to get the money up for the car. That's what's happening.
No, but to be fair, you have to take someone else's choices. And I wouldn't have chosen the combination that this car has. And if he can't meet the conditions, then that's life.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So just hang on 2 seconds.
Amen.
Night, everyone.
Good night, Paul.
Night,
Paul.
Night, Paul.
Night, Paul.
That's a weird file, Russell. I just got to see. It says Teams. That's interesting. Sorry, just talk amongst yourselves. So it's really just pot luck, John, with cars. Some of these opportunities come and go. I do remember meeting a gentleman who was sort of, in a sense, he just gone to test. This was about a year ago. Yeah, it was roughly a year ago, actually. And he just sort of said, well, what about a Model X? And I go, well, you can't get that for yonks. Oh, what about a Model S? No, you can't get that. And I said, well, you can get a Model 3. And just on a whim, he sort of said, oh, yeah, I'm not quite sure. An hour later, he rang me and said, I've just went back to see Harry, and Harry can get me into a car that was a finance one that didn't go through because it was towards the end of the month, or end of the quarter. And basically, this gentleman had to wait 5 days to get collection of his car for his wife. And it was just on that whim, he just walked through the door, whereas others had waited 1 or 2 months or 3 months.
1,309 days.
6 months.
Yes,
so I that's how I got my Kona. Actually, I walked into John Hughes and I said, I want to buy a Kona. He said, oh, you're in luck, mate. We've got one here right for you. Somebody's cancelled.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and guess who cancelled it, John? Yours truly.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I even said, I said there's a gentleman by the name of John Edwards who's going to come and see you. So I
Brilliant.
knew that was your I scrubbed my name off it and I put your name right underneath. Still a good car.
It's a great.
Amazing.
It's a great car.
I was impressed with Jackie with your driving on Sunday or post driving on Sunday. That little car of yours can go quite quick.
Yeah, so I wasn't driving because you could clearly see I was in the passenger seat. But yeah, when I got home, I was like, that should have been a 300K drive, like round trip. And then at the end of it, I think we were like 350 or 360. So yeah, it's all of that fun driving he was doing obviously added up. And I don't think it's all like road related or like wind condition related or any kind of that.
Conditions.
Yeah, wind condition from other Teslas going past. But yeah, no, it was good. And then ever since he stopped driving it, it's kind of like, when you go to the energy chart and you read like what you get, it's gone back down to like 120 like normal driving people, not the 150 that he was probably doing. But that's the whole fun of it.
Well, you got to get that out of your system, slowly.
That's right, he does, and he has, do it then. And I was just like, don't do it on a double demerit weekend. Like,
I know.
When Gabriel pulled that out before, I was like, I almost had a heart attack for him, thinking he did
was
that.
Very lucky. Very lucky.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
I hate that bit of road. I hate the Ocean Reef Road to start with. Normally go Brand Highway if I'm going anywhere, Brand Highway. But Ocean Reef, and there's so many idiots. I had this Toyota Land Cruiser right behind me the whole way, like tailgating me, and I just had to put my foot down to get away from this guy. It was just stalking me so badly. Just so many idiots,
There sure is. Now, Jackie was talking about efficiency, so thanks to Russell, this is a quick comparison of Tesla Model 3, and Y for that matter.
Harold, the thing that's key to see here, not just the actual where it's sitting on the table, but also the vehicles it's comparing it with. So you see the cars there that are towards the top, especially the Bolt, and the i3, those cars are a lot smaller than what the Model 3 and the Model Y are.
Yes.
So it's not till you get down to the bottom of the list until you get to cars of similar sort of size.
Oh, where's
so you see the Audi e-tron. They're compensating with a bigger battery, and they're still not even getting the same amount of mileage just because it's so inefficient. So with all the talk at the moment, well, not at the moment, but trying to make things more efficient to conserve resources, it's also a better environmental decision to buy a Tesla because it does more with the capacity of the battery than what other vehicles do as well, rather than just choking it full of like the Hummer there, for example. It's ridiculous. Look how much battery size in there. I mean, that's what Tesla's probably going to
Although, Russell, one counterpoint to the Hummer is look at the market you're trying to go for. If someone's going to go for something massive that's going to be incredibly inefficient, it's still better for them to go for a Hummer.
Oh, yeah, I'm not discounting that. What I'm getting at is if they had the same batteries in the Cybertruck, there's no way they're going to have 1.55 miles per kilowatt hour.
Sure.
I mean, they could produce two vehicles for the same amount of capacity of battery that GM or whatever are putting in at the moment. And also with LFP, not having to have the cobalt in the batteries, but every other manufacturer at the moment is using cobalt. That's another big step forward
I feel like the reality is, though, that we are going to get vehicles that are 200, 300, maybe even 400 kilowatt hour, passenger vehicles, because they're going to be these massive trucks.
Yeah.
And it's probably not going to, the perfect world is that everyone, just goes, do you know what? I need a really tiny car with a small battery. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, in China, they're selling thousands of these micro EVs at the moment.
Of
They've
course,
got electric scooters that have like battery swaps, and they've got, I think, more battery swap stations than petrol stations now in countries like Taiwan and Philippines.
But that's
when there's 10 on the bike.
Completely different culture.
That's a whole different world, that one.
Yeah, so Carmen, if you show your son that chart there, you'll see that.
I've just sent it to him.
Yeah, okay.
Russell, I've got a question for you.
Yep.
Where have you been for the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, Russell.
Where have you been? Last 2 weeks we've missed you.
All that'll take.
Okay. So I haven't gone the last 2 last 2 Wednesdays because I was a little bit tired, and for some reason I can't not go to the end of a session. And although I was available to do it, I didn't want to start and leave at like 9 o'clock. I knew I'd be till 1. So I just decided to call it a night and go to bed at 7:30 instead.
See, so Russell isn't one of these people that peter out and, you know, just don't quite make it all the way. He's a stayer and he's a marathon runner, and you don't want to burn out, you know, going to every week.
Yeah,
you want to pick your marathons.
Russell's got the training. He's done skilled work in keeping it hard for a longer time, and he can make that. That's the training that Russell's done. We don't have that training.
Oh, you could say.
We just, we can't. We're not marathon men.
He probably thinks you can't be half pregnant. You either are or you're not.
Well, we keep taking the tests, Carmen, and they keep coming up with just the C and not the T.
Yeah.
We're always negative, which is good. This is a good time to be negative in a negative environment.
Yeah, well,
I have been watching the videos though, Harold, the ones I've missed. But what I have been doing is watching double speed, and surprisingly, it's far more entertaining when you watch the videos double speed. So shout out to the rest of the guys who watch on YouTube. If you click on the settings button, you can change from normal to 2 times, and yeah, your life is twice as good after that period.
Actually, and if you're actually more intelligent, you could actually just skip the video altogether and watch something else. But one thing I do apologise for everyone watching, because it's only because I watched it myself and I had to grate my teeth, where I realised that I was clipping, my audio was far too loud, and also my synchronisation was completely out because OBS, which is Open Broadcasting something, it wasn't synchronising, that the audio was delayed. So I was like a politician, which you normally can tell when they lie because it's just when their lips move, that's when they lie. But my lips were not in sync with my voice. So they are. I trust they are now because I did work out how to fix it.
I just listened and have the video minimised, so it didn't really matter anyway.
You mean I went to the trouble of washing my hair and combing it and all that sort of stuff, and you didn't even watch. You disappoint me, Russell.
You did that.
Every now and again, I open up to see the graphics are on the screen, but most of the time, it's it's really useful.
Sometimes we are show and tell, but actually, we have to. That's a great segue because there are still some things I need to show and tell, and they are. Yes. There's a couple actually. So we might go before Pete gets more fatigued. We do have a new ahead of the curve video because Pete truly is ahead of the curve, and I'm going to.
Harold, you've got a spelling thing going. It's hair of the curve. Hair of the curve, not head of the curve. Hair, facial hair of the curve.
Right. That's yes. Facial hair of the curve.
Hair of the curve.
Are they curved? Are they? No, I'm not going to say they're short and curlies. That would be terrible. So this is the first introduction, which the title is 2014 Tesla Model S at 250,000 kilometres hyphen Aussie EV Legends. Jeez, Pete, I didn't know I was on this video. No. And it goes a little bit. The intro goes a little bit like this.
How good is that for a 7-year-old? G'day guys, we've got a very special episode for you today. I'm meeting Rob and Robin Dean here today. They're original Model S owners. And
now stop looking so tense there, Rob. It's just
Rob's he's very tense.
He's so tense he makes cooked spaghetti look he's so relaxed he makes cooked spaghetti look tense.
He needs to be a model. He needs to be a supermodel.
That's it. So let me just get this back to the channel, this is obviously ahead of the curve with Pete. So do search that out, and it's Pete's very last video, which has already had 24 views because Pete's mum's hit that reload button 23 times.
Why is it his last video? What's going on? Is it?
Good on you, Pete.
Most recent.
It's his most recent video.
Oh, most recent.
So we will go back to his channel, which again, if you just search Ahead of the Curve with Pete, or even AOTC, it'll probably get there. Eventually, Pete, you're going to bother to put just AOTC or something like that, which you can do.
Yeah, I've tried that numerous times, and it's not working for me for some reason. So, yeah.
Just while we're talking media, I'm led to believe from Jackie on the weekend in up in Lancelin, where there's most people don't have more than 4 teeth. You do a lot of business up there, Richard Cooper. Jackie was saying that that you're in the paper a fair bit, Harold, and you're sporting some really good look. Here goes Jackie's got the paper. Look at that. Look at the cross-legged one on that one.
Full page lift out, mate. Look at it.
Are they talking about the? They're talking about the car. All right, sorry. Look,
Harold, strike a pose, I say. Strike a pose.
Yeah, no, it's. I've actually got a better version of it. Anyway, I'm not one to blow one's trumpet, but it was in last week's. I know, it's ridiculous. They must have had a few trees they had to cut down because they had to meet a quota or something. I don't know. So they plastered a whole lot of ink that was coloured and not black and white. So there were actually more photos than content. It went something like this, and unfortunately it's a very awkward, cheesy smile. But I did get on YouTube. I got the awesome YouTube video on the screen. So that's like a little Easter egg for anyone that wants to notice. And there was
got your yoke in there too.
I've got my yoke. That's right. I'm actually like you, Pete. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. It's one of those It's one of those screens that flips. It rotates like Dr. Cooper's screen. So I'm actually into the future. But I did think the headline was quite clever, unflappable, hence the Falcon Wing doors. But yeah, unfortunately there were more.
Doors.
Yes, the doors were unflappable. And by the way, this is an optional accessory that doesn't come normal with the car. Go
to that photo there. Not Harold, just across. Go, yeah.
That one?
Zoom in on that one. Zoom in on that one.
This one?
Yeah, that one. Zoom in. No, it's another one. The other one. The other photo. One where you're leaning his car. Zoom in on that one.
That one.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. That's blue steel. That's the famous blue steel pose. I can see it right now. Supermodel pose. I can see it.
Harold, are they lights in your grill, mate?
Yes, so they're a laser line 18 or something. That they are awesome. That just turns night into day. It's amazing. And I managed to basically cut part of the back out of it, the intake, and jam it in there. But yeah, unfortunately, it's just more photo. It's just ridiculously. There's just more photos and content. Even though a photo's worth 1,000 words, I guess he only wrote about 300 words and did a few photos. But anyway, thanks, Jackie. Go, Richard.
Your car, do you like your yoke, mate?
Sorry, say again.
Do you like your yoke steering wheel?
Yes, I couldn't take the yoke off, so we just had to go with it.
Yeah, but do you like driving with it?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Everyone that first drives it. So I had a gentleman this morning that had a thing in my car, and he just went, "Oh, it's strange because you naturally there's nothing at the top of the wheel, and when you do a full turn, like if you're doing tight turns, it can be a little bit weird. But if you're just doing a normal, you can normally just cross your arms like that and do most turns." And on the highway or normal suburban driving, it's perfectly fine. It's good. Yeah, I like it. I do like it.
Are you going to talk
steering
about
wheels are just going to turn us all into racing car drivers?
Well, sometimes if your car feels like a racing car, you can just. Well, the thing is, on autopilot, you don't have to race. You just let it do its thing. But I think the best achievement I did was actually make sure I did get our logo a couple of times. That's like a little Easter egg for everyone. And in fact, what I'll do is I will hunt that video down because not everyone's seen it, and everyone should, because it's awesome. and it actually features Rob Dean's car on the Nullarbor. And I'll grab it in 2 seconds.
Hey, Harold, what about the other media this week that we saw you in about the towing the Charger to? That was reported in Griffin as well, wasn't it?
So Harold's outdone Pete Petrosky this week, I tell you.
Do you want me to
Pete,
send you the link? Or
Yes, please. I haven't seen it, Russell. Are you serious? Are you?
Geez. All right.
What?
Okay, well, give us a
In the
minute.
Driven, my car.
No, yeah, it had you in there and everything. The photo of had the Twitter, the links to the Twitter that you put up and everything.
Yeah.
So I read an article about it, talking about how a Model X towed the Charger to the new location.
You're not getting confused with Richard Cooper's new ad for the nursing home.
No, can you show? No, seriously, can you put it in chat, Russell? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, give me 2 minutes and I'll find the article.
Yeah, no worries. In the meantime, I'll find the Tokwa, the video, which I've just found, and it goes a little bit like this, and hopefully it'll be synchronized this time, so it'll work properly. Sorry.
Right, but a drone flying.
They come back after that, Harold?
That's bloody awesome.
You're muted, Harold.
Yeah.
That's actually the end of the straight. Kaiguna is just there.
You have to pay for the music for that, Harold?
And 146 k's in that direction is the end of it.
You have to pay for the music, Harold?
Pay for the music. Did you say, Jared?
Yeah.
No, it's we're going to get demonetized again. It's such an issue. I hate YouTube. So yes, that's done by one of the Philharmonic orchestras.
Yeah, you
and
only
actually
play 8 seconds or something, and then they charge you.
Oh, look, we just get demonetized on this episode, so we're going to make no money. I'm sorry, there's no budget for anything really. Sorry, yeah. So Russ, you've got it, Russell. Oh no, Pete. Oh, Pete and Russell have both got the same. Oh, awesome, thanks.
Fight it out, those two. Battle it out.
Holy! Oh right, I haven't seen this. Okay, so
an agent, Harold, if you want to start paying me agent fees, I can make sure.
What is fee?
Yeah.
Okay, so
close on Russell or?
Geez, I've not read this, so I'll just go live. I have not seen this. So it's saying that crowd-funded EV charger opens in remote town after being towed there by Model X.
You reckon you get a zoom on that rooster in the middle? It's pretty chuffed in the middle there.
Yeah.
Chest.
That's a new Australia's Down Under dance review. Down Under Live, it's called.
Oh yeah, that's Tokwa's tweet. Yeah, that's it in a box. So this is a great tweet, if I say so myself, on behalf of the club, where both the chargers met each other at Lake Grace. One was horizontal and the other one's vertical, so that's all good.
And they're having babies now?
Well, actually, and there is there's probably nothing much else. Yeah, cool. No, that's it. Yeah, cool.
The bottom line is the only thing that it talks about, which you're going to like, Harold. The very last paragraph.
The last paragraph. Okay.
Yeah, like that last paragraph. Yeah.
Crowdfunding EV chargers in West Australia is by no means a new method of working to deploy.
Sorry, second last.
No.
No, you.
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, no, hang on.
You go to the bottom. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, which one? The last one? No.
The last paragraph.
A Polestar 2 also took off this January on an 800-kilometre trip across the Nullarbor Desert to test out a handful of these new biofuel chargers, stopping at Kaiguna as well as 2 temporary. Yeah, right.
When you say stopping, you should have said tilting.
Tilting,
tilt tray.
That's all.
Yeah. So the 800-kilometre trip, I actually did more than 1,000 kilometres from Kaiguna all the way to Perth as well in one day.
Yeah.
As well as 1,000 kilometres. Did it say 1,000 in the thing?
Well, I had a question. They're claiming that the Polestar did 800. Do I claim that 3,000 kilometres from China for my car as well before I got it? So it was like delivered in a similar method.
But they're not actually claiming it. You notice the language, it said that it took off on an 800-kilometre journey.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it actually did 800 kilometres, but, you know, I took off on a marathon just 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. and I was on the same one.
And the journey of 1,000 kilometres starts with a single step. And if you just do one step every day, after 3 years, you've walked 1,000. No, that's not quite right.
You haven't got your Model 3.
You stayed in Ravensthorpe on Friday night, Harold.
No, it was a day trip. So I left.
You stayed the night.
No. So I left 5 a.m., towed the tritium to Ravensthorpe. We installed it ourselves. Had to drill into the slab. The electrician was there to cable it up, and then I was actually charging at the Greenhaven caravan park on AC charging, because we never got the DC charger powered up, because I had to wait until 6 p.m. or so, after 6 p.m. to power it up. So then got back to Lake Grace and basically got back to Perth at before 11 p.m. So it was a single day, 1,000-kilometre road trip just for the hell of it, just to be a taxi for the charger. And it was great because it meant that that whole journey was undertaken by EVs and not by other means. And it was great that the two chargers, the two chuffed EVA-funded chargers, got to sit next door to each other on the journey.
That's it.
So, and in fact, there's another charger that also went to Lake Grace, which is the Tokwa Geraldton charger. So if you actually go to the Lake Grace pin, which is just about here, and if this computer would go any faster, there's actually a photo. Well, that's the photo of it. That's the Ravensthorpe charger, but a bit further down is the Tokwa Geraldton charger having a visit at Lake Grace.
That's not it. Oh no, I thought that. Sorry, I thought that might have been Mardi Gras.
Is that a conjugal visit?
Looks very.
Yes, it's and in fact, John's charger at Jurien Bay actually got to Jurien Bay the same method. So there is actually, which is on the back of my car,
Shark fin.
the shark fin. So, and it's funny because John and I laugh about this, but I'm not quite a pensioner, but John almost is. And it was basically, well, our combined age is well over 100, just quietly.
That's called a senior, not a pensioner.
Right. Okay, so we're seniors.
And he can still re-roof your roof. Don't worry about it. He can still do
So
the
there
roof.
is actually a photo somewhere here, and I'm just trying to bring it up, and there will be a photo of the of John's charger. There it is, right there. Awesome. That is it right there, about to be delivered to Jurien Bay, the biofuel. So
Why
that
does
that
the
was
media
awesome.
not know that Polestar was on a tilt tray everywhere, or they do know and fail to mention it?
It's called corruption, Damo. It's a
no. It actually, to be fair, it was never it. It was always going to be on a flatbed to somewhere. So there was no secret. Like, they never claimed they drove from Sydney or anything, all the way across. They only ever rightly said that they did an 800-kilometre, I presume, if Bridie was correct, from Kaiguna to Southern Cross.
Right.
So, sorry. So yeah.
I said righto, yeah.
Yeah. So that's all it was. And that's cool because, new car companies want to, do new things, and that's cool for them to do that, So, but anyway, so getting back to, so just quickly getting back, so just getting back to the shark fin. So this is John's awesome shark fin, it's his awesome charger being deployed as a shark fin. And two seniors basically had this installed under the supervision of a electrical contractor in, was it half an hour or something, John, roughly? It didn't take long, which just goes to show how easy these things are to install. And even...
I like the white better, John. I think the white looks nicer than the black.
Yeah, a lot of people say that, but anyway.
It's cleaner.
But the one in...
out there.
The one in Geraldton actually got installed twice, and that cost like $2,800, done professionally by an electrical contractor. Sorry, it's not just coming up. And that was done. This one, and you can still see it on its frame, which is still there as we speak. That was, but you can actually, you can't quite see it, but there's little clips here holding it down onto the concrete, and it's been professionally installed. And that was done for a cost of $2,800. And unfortunately, because there was a fault when we did that road trip to Kalbarri, ironically, everyone that was on the road trip, except for the last car, which happened to be my car, they all got charged perfectly, and then the charger blew up. So I had to then get it disconnected, bring it back to Perth, and replace the power supply in it, and then bring it back up to Geraldton and get it reinstalled. But even that cost, doing it twice, was $2,800. So they're not expensive.
So on the ones that just got installed in Ravensthorpe, I noticed that on the front of it there was Allcam's logo. What's the relationship with Allcam? Where they come from? Who's the person with that? And
they would have been a sponsor. So it's a crowd-funded campaign. So it would have been, Allcam would have been one of the, I guess, major sponsors. Let me just bring that up.
They've just changed names. What were they called before? They were called, what were they called?
It's just because Allcam were actually on level 1 of my building and I'm on level 2. I wasn't sure if there's someone there I could go have a chat to if they're obviously donating to something like this. I'm sure they'd appreciate a bit of conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. You can actually go to the Chuff campaign. Let me just find where it should be on PlugShare.
Galaxy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
See you, Jared. Take care, mate. All the best.
And,
see you next week.
See you next week. And remember, fuck Putin.
See you later, Jared.
Yes.
See you, Jared.
Night, Jared.
See you, Jared. Disappointingly, they don't.
Galaxy. They've just changed names. They used to be called
Galaxy. Galaxy Resources.
Yeah, and they committed to help with the installation of this probably 2 years ago, right? Okay. So they've come through with that commitment, right? But there's still some more money to spend, as Harold will explain. Like we have to actually upgrade the power to this charger. So that's going to be an unknown amount of Western power. Could be anywhere between 10 and 35 grand. Galaxy can help us with that.
So as it says, unfortunately, it's actually downrated to 19 kilowatts. The frustrating story was that when we got there, in the meter box, which has what you could call the boundary fuses to the meter box, which is still Western Power's equipment, because that's right next to the meter, which is also theirs, there were 80 amp fuses. But on the overhead cable, on the consumer pole, they actually had other fuses that were 50 amps. So what happened that night when the charger was first turned on and tested was it popped one of the phases. Thankfully, it didn't pop a phase that was important to the BP diesel Bowsers, so that was okay. They weren't inconvenienced. But the next day, Western Power had to go with a cherry picker and swap out the fuse. So at the moment, it's very much restricted on power. Frustratingly, all Western Power has to do in support of the EV community is just go and change that overhead cable to, I think it's 10 or 16 square millimeters. Even if they provide 63 amps per phase, that would get the charger to close to about 43 kilowatts, which is, for a Model 3, is close to what it gets when a Model 3 is really low in state of charge. So you barely notice a difference. So yeah, it'd be awesome if Western Power would come to the party and not treat that charger as a cash cow and a means of revenue gain, especially since Synergy is coming in a year or two to put a charger as well, where, you know, Western Power could transfer that cost onto Synergy or whatever. So it is a bit frustrating, you know, but it is what it is, and there is better coming. But yeah, let's hope that, look, and if anyone's got the opportunity to lobby or tweet at Western Power and say, hey, or even the state government for that matter, since Western Power is an instrumentality of the state government, hey, why don't you just let this crowdfunded campaign where $70,000, I think it's it's about $70-ish thousand has been raised, and none of this money was tax deductible in that campaign, was raised to buy 2 chargers and have them installed by volunteers. You know, come on, Western Power, just come to the party and just get it done. And a shout out also to you, John, because this project had sort of stalled because Ravensthorpe was a difficult site, and as we all know, without slandering anyone, there were difficulties at the council and whatever. But John agitated a couple of months ago to, because he did the successful Dowran demonstration, which basically convinced the owner of Kaiguna Roadhouse to accept the biofill. John agitated again. Look, we just got to get this thing done at Ravensthorpe. And thankfully, that impetus was sufficient to finally get the gentleman who manages or runs or owns the BP site to accept this charger. So it was a great confluence of circumstance that this happened, but it's not as great a power level as it can be and should be. So.
But Harold, you've got to say it's a great step forward. You know, we've got a charger that's been sitting in the shed for 18 months or more.
Yes.
We've got it down there. We've got a concrete pad put in. We've got the cable put in. All we have to do now is get that line upgraded, and we've got another very useful charger for the next at least 18 months, maybe even 2 years. So look, I just think it's credit to everyone involved in this thing. Got it done, and it's awesome. So,
Yeah. Never let, what is it? Never let the perfect get in way of the good or something. So it's vastly better than what was there before, and that's awesome. But come on, Western Power, just for the sake of dangling a 10 square mil aerial cable, I don't know, 10 meters from one pole to another, just get it done and just bury the cost, because there is no real cost. Just get it done.
And look,
come on.
Let's face it. Once the Synergy charges go in 2 years' time or 18 months' time, you know, I think there's going to be 2 there in Ravensthorpe.
Don't know yet.
I think it's a 150. It's a 150 that's got you can have 2 cables.
2 nozzles. Yes. Yep.
You know, the number of Model 3s I see floating around on this joint now. You know, there'll be guys. Normally there'll be lots of cars if there's a long weekend or there's an event on somewhere. You know, in between times there'll be nobody, so there'll be overspill requirement. You know, we'll have a 3rd charger there we can go and use. So look, it's going to get used even when the other ones are in. So I reckon it's great.
Yeah, no, it is.
Makes an awesome difference.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to find I've actually got the map, and I think Ravensthorpe looks likely to be a 150, John. I think you're dead right.
Hey, John, did you say that guy's name was Alex? Is that what you said before?
What was that?
You said the guy name was Alex at Galaxy?
No, I just said Galaxy. I don't know.
I thought you said Alex. Sorry.
No, I don't know who the contact is.
All right.
So this is the EV highway. This is the tender document. So what I did was I got these numbers from the tender document, and they've got different delivery places like Broome. This is all for Horizon. Then Perth Metro is obviously Synergy with all the fast. They got 24 150 kilowatt fast DC chargers, etc. And then you basically lay it on the map, and with all the numbers there. And then I basically circled Horizon's locations, and then added the power levels, so you can actually see. John, you're right. It's very likely that Ravensthorpe would be 150 kilowatts. So everything in this blue section is the Swiss. So that's Synergy's network, and there are more 150 kilowatt chargers ordered than there are these little Bowser things. So look, it's going to be awesome in a couple of years when Synergy puts in the awesome charging. And look, who knows, maybe Tesla, it makes perfect sense for Tesla to put a supercharger there eventually too. Because we know they're putting one in Lancelin, because that's been approved by the Shire of Gingin. And, Kojanup's next, Albany's next. Obviously you're going to go north and you're going to go east to Kalgoorlie. But, the best thing is none of this plan has any charges going across here. And we know that there is in the middle, which is wholly of John's doing. And John's, well, if John didn't think of it and was audacious enough just to get this thing done, it would never have happened. So there is a 50 kilowatt fast DC charger at Kaiguna Roadhouse. And the best thing is that this photo, which was the first test charge on the 12th of January 2022, has been surpassed by this photo, which was taken on the 6th of March, only 3 days ago,
Right.
by a Model 3. So how good's that?
Awesome.
Right.
So, that demonstrates that if they build it, if they build it, they will come.
On that map you had before, Harold, is there any guidance about when the valuation is going to be completed and the successful tender is announced?
No, there's no timeline. On their tender document, the tender's closed.
Yeah, I know they closed back a while ago, but when usually there's an evaluation period, isn't there, when they have to then assess all the tenders?
Yeah, but did the tender document, that doesn't, I didn't read it completely from end to end.
No,
I presume
it doesn't define the valuation period. I just wasn't sure, due to your contacts, you might have overheard a potential, 2 months or 3 months or however long these things take. No, okay.
No, I've literally got no idea how long this is going to take. I mean, I do know.
There is contacts on there, we can email them. There's a contact person with an email. Potentially we can ask them when it's due to be announced.
Are you talking about Swiss, like Synergy?
Well, not just that, the Horizon Power as well, because that.
Okay. Because I've got a contact in Synergy that's actually the project manager doing all the Synergy stuff. So if there's any of those particular locations you want to get some info, I can.
No, it's not about the locations. The way the tender was written, it's essentially an open tender for anybody. We're wondering who's actually won it, or when they're going to announce who's won the works.
Yeah, well, I don't even know how that would even get announced, or whether it.
Well, I presume WA, so it'll be announced on their website. It has to say what the price is as well. It's all open.
Okay, cool. Yep.
But the thing is that there's no actual defined date when they're going to actually announce it. So they should have an idea of how long it's going to take, or how long they set themselves, because there's got to be a project timeline to deliver it as well. So obviously they've got to announce the tender with time to do it.
I think Amber Jade Sanderson, when she was the Minister for Environment, I thought she said by the end of 2023, I think she committed to, which I guess you could say is to finish.
Yeah, that's why I thought they need to have some sort of like date where they have to start, right? I mean, it's not like
exactly, yeah. But I suspect it would be the sort of thing where there'd be a lot of planning. Like the thing is, as John, as a senior citizen, even if I say so myself on his behalf and myself, if two seniors can effectively install on a concrete pad a 50 kilowatt fast DC charger, and let's face it, the higher power chargers are just more heavier and scaled up versions of the same thing. They really are just appliances. You could literally, well, in fact, the Ravensthorpe charger was pre-commissioned at Gemtech. So they fitted the SIM card, they attached it to I think it's the ChargeFox network, which you actually do on a single phase IEC cable. You just plug it into the mains because it doesn't need three phase when you're just doing normal testing or commissioning. It was pre-commissioned. It was put back in the box. Box was carried on the trailer, taken off the trailer onto the slab. The electrician put in three phase power, and once it was livened up, they rang ChargeFox to turn the pin on the app so you can start charging and access it, and that was job done. So none of the chargers that Synergy or Horizon are doing are technically difficult to install. It's just like a big appliance, like a big aircon system or something. So it's not hard. So Russell, so they could, if they wanted to, they could almost simultaneously deploy these things and install them in a matter of weeks once everything was sorted and procured and, all that stuff. So it's not hard.
Yeah, I mean, I've evaluated tenders like far more significant than what this thing is, and it's only taken less time than what they've taken since it's been closed. So it's just it closed on the 20th of January. So
I'm pretty sure I've seen a press release, a media release, saying that they were looking at financial year 24-25 for it to be finished.
Oh, well, not. If you could find that, I think I do recall you mentioning that some time ago, Richard, but it was different to what I thought the tender No, it was different to what Amber Jade Sanderson said. Actually,
I'm gonna see if I can find it now.
No, because it was in part of the. In fact, because Pete is ahead of the curve, and he's not with us now. Oh, he's left us.
Oh.
No,
sorry, Pete.
Yeah.
Oh, you're there. Oh no, cool. Sorry, yes, you are here. Sorry, that's okay. You are. You're still with us, which is good to hear. Only joking, Pete. You can go any time, but
no.
Because Pete was so far ahead of the curve, he was giving me psychic vibes to because his main video, which is right here, and we're going to do this live because it's more fun like this. We're going to skip forward to.
Minister, we have less than 2,000 of these registered on WA roads, electric vehicles. Why are they still such a novelty in 2021?
Oh, look, one of the biggest barriers, Tim, to EVs in Western Australia is what we call range anxiety, and that's the very reasonable concern that people are going to run out of charge when they're driving around. There just isn't the charging infrastructure in WA, particularly along the coast. So if you live in a regional community, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to choose an EV. So that's why the state government is making a $21 million investment in chargers all the way up the coast. So essentially those chargers will go from Esperance all the way through Perth up to Kununurra.
Just talking about that investment, I understand from the announcement around November last year, 3 years you set yourself to build those charging stations. What's the progress been?
So far, the utilities have gotten together and put together the business case. That's now going through the budget process.
So we still don't have any yet of those promised?
Those charging stations will go out to tender later this year, and they will progressively be rolled out up to the next 3 years. So it won't be 3 years until we get the first ones. It'll take around 3 years to roll them out.
So that was recorded. Oh, Pete, when was that done, mate? It was. Oh, it was just after the Olympics, wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Roughly. It was broadcast just after the Olympics.
Yeah, good memory. But actually, it was on the 22nd of July.
Didn't I get a response from
I've just
someone?
got a file in there too, Harold, if you want to open
22nd of July 21.
Because I found a media release here from the 17th of August 2020 saying with the network expected.
Sorry, Richard, stop, Richard, say that again because you just tuned out when you said the date. Sorry, mate. Just say that again, please.
I found a media release here. I'm not sure if it was the one that I saw, 17th of August 2021, saying that they expect the network to be fully operational by early 2024.
Right, so that's saying, let's call that 2 years from today. That would be right, wouldn't it? Oh no, are you there, Russell? I mean, sorry, Richard.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm listening.
Oh, sorry, no, you just went solid for a second.
No. Really?
Russell, what did you send me? Is it a?
It's a JPEG.
Yeah, it must be a weird JPEG though.
PNG, sorry, I can share it if you like instead if it's easier.
Yeah, if you can share it, please, because mine's not working for some weird reason.
Yeah, and Harold, that was
yes,
Bill Johnson
Pete.
on the radio as well. You remember after your interview on the ABC?
Yes.
I think that preceded the Flashpoint episode.
It did, yes.
What did he commit, or what did he mention then? Do you remember?
Oh, I can't remember, Pete. I'm a pensioner, remember? I'm almost as old as John.
You're not a pensioner, you're a senior.
Yes, he did criticise me because I said it was going to be yonks away, and he said, no, it's not going to be yonks, it's going to be much less than yonks.
He made a special effort to ring in for that reason and to make that point. And I think he said end of 23, but I might be mistaken.
Yeah. Well, Amber J just said 2 years from August.
Well,
no,
from
sorry.
July.
Yeah.
21.
So go on, Russell. You were showing us the tender.
So this closing date was pushed out by a week and a half.
Yep.
So it says here that the contract is due to be executed in April. So potentially that could be at end of April, maybe May, if
delayed.
A bit of a delay. So you'd want to think that they're by sometime this month they've narrowed it down to the top sort of 2 or 3 people to do their due diligence on and make them preferred tenderers, and then they give it to someone end of April maybe.
But does it say when they would expect, like, it gets executed, but when does it get delivered? They don't have a delivery scheduled. They're not specifying a delivery time frame, are they?
So they, as part of the tender, they needed to provide when they would actually install it at each stage.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that was part of the requirement. So what else to say? I don't know if there's any other things in here that have written date. I don't think
what was that? Sorry, what was that? Not mandatory something, December 22. What's that? Non-mandatory briefing session.
Oh, that's
13th of December.
You tender if you ask any questions or whatever about
That was 2022. That's just before Christmas this year. Or is that just the wrong date, perhaps?
I think they put the wrong date because I think if you look at the calendar, it's 22nd of
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So they meant to say 2021. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because that's already happened. Yeah.
Got you. Yep.
I don't think there's any more things with date on there, but I've quickly flicked through before. I think this will just be aligned with some sort of government announcement around the time of election, probably. I think it'll be probably linked in with, you'd want to think.
Like it was last time.
Yeah, I think it's...
When is the next election, just out of interest? It must be 3 years away.
You mean federal or state?
No, state. That's only because it's the state doing it. So, so the next state election would have to be in March 2020.
The 13th of March 21 was the last election that we had.
So it'd be 2025. Are we 4 years or 3? 4.
3 years. 3 years. Yeah.
For state? Or
Yeah.
I thought. Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
So potentially leading into the early 2024, like Richard was suggesting before.
But I mean, hopefully
Which
they're
we
going
know
to
is
have.
going to get pushed out.
But it's fully
Well, let's hope
completed, so
not.
there's no reason to say that some of them could be operational before then. It's just the whole lot's done by then, maybe.
Well, the thing is, you know that Lancelyn's already been approved, so there must be. So Synergy has already applied to Lancelyn, and Lancelyn has said yes, and as has Tesla applied, which is really interesting that they just happen to have the same location. Like those two great minds are thinking alike, which is interesting. So we know Lancelyn is hot. Like that's already been approved. It's in the bag. So as soon as they buy the box, they can install it if they wanted to.
I think Harold, I did get a bit of insight from the Synergy guy. I had a chat with him about the whole program, and he said, "Look, it's not really."
All right, John. So
with the rollout of this network, it's in parallel with procurement of equipment. My understanding is there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes, organising the location, the car parking bays, then the power requirement, where the transformer's got to be located, whose land the transformer's going to be on, then there's how far they got to go. Cable sizing, engineering, all that under road trenching, and there's a lot going on in parallel. So it's quite each location is a project on its own.
Yeah.
And there's multiple locations. So there's a team of people working, and that's why it's going to take quite a bit of time. They want to do it right. They want to get it right. So all that work has to be done, and we want it right as well. When we go and use it, we want it to be reliable and done properly. So I think let it take its time, and let's. The main thing is we utilise it when we get it. That's the main thing.
And the thing is, it'll sort of be like Margaret River just popped out of the blue, like it literally just puffed into existence. And it was even actually in that case, it was beneath the council radar because it was done at a shopping centre. Yeah. But I think Synergy and Horizon are all on public land or whatever. But yeah, a lot of these things, and we don't know how long Tesla took to plan Margaret River. It might have taken them months and months and months of planning and negotiation, but it only took a week from when there was nothing to when it was working. So it could be that classic case of, it's the opposite of hurry up and wait. It's sort of like you just wait and nothing apparently happens. And then suddenly all these mushrooms start popping out of nowhere because, like I was saying before, as John and I have proven, two seniors can install a fast DC charger. And a classic example of the opposite of probably what Synergy and Horizon are dealing with, the Tokwa charger very generously went to is being hosted by Golden West Ice, and it just so happens they are renting a building which happens to have a spare 250 amp contactor, 3-phase contactor spare. Yeah. So it actually cost. The reason why it cost $2,800 was the tritium only needed 80 amps 3-phase, but this circuit breaker had 250. So the electrician had to go and buy fatter cable because by regulation, you've got to have the correct cable going into the appliance that the circuit breaker is protecting. So I had to buy much bigger, harder to deal with cable for that install. But that was a spare 250 kilowatts, which didn't need network augmentation, didn't need an extra transformer, didn't need anything because it was already there, which was awesome. It was great. But I dare say in probably all of the other locations that Synergy and Horizon are going to, it's all greenfields where you've got to plonk a transformer or do whatever you've got to do. So yeah, it might be literally like mushrooms. Nothing happens forever, and then suddenly overnight they all just start popping up.
I guess from my perspective, it's just I would have thought by now at least a couple of easy ones would have been installed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I guess the tender
No,
process.
they haven't. The tender still hasn't been.
Sorry. Yes,
done.
you're right. Yeah, but I mean, I don't understand what the delay was with putting the tender out.
Well, Harold, how long did it take in Queensland?
Oh, gee, I don't remember, Pete. They were pretty quick, but actually, it reminds me of. I think it was Steve. We were talking a long hours ago about battery storage, and he actually made a comment because we're talking about battery storage takes a long time to install, and Steve had a comment that said that the big battery in South Australia, Claire, was installed in 100 days, but it kind of wasn't. I mean, it was commissioned 100 days from when they signed the contract, but they didn't actually sign the they'd already started construction well before the official contract was notionally signed. So those numbers were slightly fudged. So the Queensland Highway, no, it wasn't just a couple of months. It wasn't just a few months. It was, I think it was at least I think it might have been a year. You'd have to look at Google Queensland Electric Highway from when they first announced it. But bearing in mind, when they announced it, they might have already done a bit of preparation beforehand, before actually announcing it. So they might have been ready to go to a tender quite quickly because they'd already resolved to do it. And then probably, like sandbagging, they might have had the tender document almost ready to go. They then announce we're going to do it. They flick out the tender, find the proponent, and get it started really quickly. And by the way, the awesome thing is the Queensland Electric Highway, well, the original one, is all based on 50 kilowatt chargers everywhere. Yeah, whereas the West Australian Highway, at least for the Swiss, so if we, I don't know if I can go straight back to that map, but here we go. Right here, oops. Obviously, in the southwest of WA, it's virtually mostly all 150 kilowatt, and then your major towns, Carnarvon, Karratha, Port Hedland, Broome, Fitzroy Crossing, Halls Creek, and Kununurra, they are all 150 kilowatt chargers, which is just friggin' awesome. It's just awesome. And then it's only basically the roadhouses, which are off grid, that are 50 kilowatt chargers, and perhaps Denham with a 75, which is like an endpoint. So,
Harold, can you just refresh my memory quickly? Is it 2 times 150 or 2 times 75?
No. So what the tender document specified was a 150 kilowatt charger. So if you're charging one car, you get 150 kilowatts. If two cars connect, a little bit like the Eaton supercharger, it shares, it load shares. So the main point, the great point is that if you're a single car, if it's lightly used, which initially it will be, which is perfectly fine, you'll get very good service. You'll get the full 150 kilowatts. And then if another car turns up, it'll just load share. So whether it's, it might just be simple and do 50-50, or it might do like the Eaton supercharger, it doesn't do 50-50. It does, they're in modules of 22 kilowatts. So it'll notch, the very least you'll get is either 22 or 44 kilowatts if you're on 1A and 1B. If the other car is sucking hard, your car might get as little as 22 or 44. But then as the other car tapers down, it basically just swaps modules. It just diverts one module to the other nozzle, effectively. And I presume that's what the, whoever wins a tender, that's what their chargers will do as well. They usually have internal modules that switch from one to the other. So the fact is that the WA highway, at least the majority of it or a lot of it, will be 3 times the power of the Queensland highway.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. But, you know, we've had to wait such a long time. You know, I mean, John, when did you first do your i3 across or anywhere? When did you first have an i3 or an iMev? You know, how many years ago was that? John Edwards. So how long ago was it when you had your iMev or your i3? I mean, that was what, 6 years ago?
Well, 2017, I think, around that time.
Oh, okay, so 5 years ago. So you've been a little bit like me in the wilderness, you know, waiting for these mythical fast DC chargers. And there's a great quote that John made, and I don't know where he was quoted, but he basically said he didn't want to feel like a second-class citizen just for owning an EV, you know?
Well, I just don't understand. Sorry, go on, John.
I was at the Roadhouse. What's the Roadhouse just on the SA border, on the other side of the SA border? Called
Border Village.
Border Village. So they got a little power station.
I've been there.
Got a little shed. It's got 3 engines in there. One of them's got the sump off. One's got the radiator out. The other one's puffing all this smoke and everything else. And you got to back your car in there, and dodge a couple of cow patties and a few sleepers and a few other things, and move a couple of things out the way to get to this 25 amp power point or something. And then note this: don't draw more than 20 amp. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I mean, this is what age are we in? You know, to have to get hold of a charge this way is just ridiculous, right?
There you are, right there, John.
Oh, that's fucking hell. You must have a good filing system for your photos. Shit, I'm gonna be.
That's Plugshare.
That's Plugshare. It's Plugshare.
Yeah, there it is.
So there it is. It's like a very, very awesome board, all open, and like John says, you basically. And I was there at night time. I had to beg. Like I got there at doesn't say the time, but let's call it. It was just on dark. And I said, I've just come here if I can please charge my car. And the person behind the counter goes, oh, well, the manager's gone to bed. Like, he's gone. And it's like, oh, well, can you please wake him up? Because I really need to charge now because I wanted to charge overnight. I didn't want to wait till the morning. And I said, can you please get him? And I was super stressed and eventually got to plug in outside of this famous shed, which is just a humpy. Where, you know, this is back in 6th of October 2018, John.
There you go. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So so yeah, go on with your story. Sorry, John. You're at Border Village.
Well, that's when I just said to myself, I said, this is bullshit. You know, we're third-class citizens here. We've got an electric car. There's no provision for us at all, right? You got better. You had better, disabled wheelchair ramps on all the facilities there, which is great, and we need those, and that's perfect for disabled people, right? But EV drivers, we're below that rung. We still haven't got anywhere to charge on a national highway. And it's
I
still
still just don't understand why the tender didn't go out at the end of 2020 when it was announced.
Exactly.
Not at the beginning of 2022. Like,
well, even now the process
government
is pathetic.
Government. Well, is it maybe because when the charges go in, it will be before the election?
No, it blatantly was, and they said, oh no, we have to wait until the result of the election. Bullshit. It's like other projects don't just stop because we're just waiting on the result of the election. It's 21 million bucks, and
maybe while they're putting the tender together, maybe they did some public consultation. Not.
Or maybe was it because of the federal election that was in 20? Was that 2018? Or 19? I can't remember now. 2018, 19.
Good night, everybody. I've got to sleep.
All right, see you, John. Take care, mate.
Got to work tomorrow. Cheers.
Hey, make sure you get that solar panel on, mate. I'll come and see you tomorrow.
I've got
Take
it
care.
working. I've got it working off 24 volts, so that's
Very good.
That's done, but solar's not done yet.
All right,
John,
no
also
worries.
just a reminder, if Jürgen ever needs a help, I'm always here. Just shoot me a message, give me a call. I can always fill in for him.
Thanks for that offer. I will take that up.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want extra solar panels, John? I've got some extra solar panels if you want them.
All right. I'm
There we
looking
go.
for a couple of 48-volt solar panels, if handy. Swing by the workshop at some stage, and I'll give you a couple of free charges if you want. Would you like?
Well,
Cool.
I've got 26 if you want them.
Good on you. Thanks a lot. Night,
All right,
everyone.
take care, John. Great to see you, mate.
Good
Thanks,
night, mate.
thanks for everything you do.
Cheers.
Take care. Cheers.
Harold, I sent
Yes,
you
Russell.
an email, I can't remember what it was, with a link to a product for the custom design for the puddle lamps. Did you see that one?
Oh yes, I did, and I watched the video too. And it was.
So when I
It
looked
was
at
a
the
couple-
pricing for it, if you order like a substantial amount of like the same one, they're actually pretty cheap. To buy one is reasonably expensive, but if you were to get like Tocker ones or something, I think they're going to work out reasonably cost like affordable in a way. Like it almost could be a bit of a semi fundraiser as well, like buying for $20 and selling for 30 or something. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I've been so super busy. It's almost like my little confessional, and it's good because no one's watching. Yeah, no, I did see that with a lot of interest. I think, well, when you buy one, you actually buy four because, and they do explain, and that was one difficulty is Model 3s are easy because it's all the same setting because they explain that the focusing has to be precise. So they have to customize it to each model. So we'd obviously do the lowest hanging fruit, which is just do Model 3s because you can't buy a new Model X and S. And anyone that's got one, there aren't that many around. I don't know if there's a difference between performance and standard range. Do they have different suspension heights?
They say they do, but when I've measured mine against another guy's performance, they're exactly the same height. I don't think that they are different.
Yeah, cool. It's actually, the video was, I actually, in answer to your original question, yes, I did, Russell, and I've just done nothing about it. I'm really sorry. But no, I think it's a great idea. It's something that we'd have to take to the committee. But I think there's no reason why it wouldn't be a winner. We'd probably best seek expressions of interest as into how many people would be interested.
Yeah.
Because it's not something we can...
Packs of 2 as well, not 4. I think you had to buy packs of 2, so you could do 2 for the front, 2 for the back with 2 separate packs. So,
is there a difference in the front and the back, or is it just left and right?
No, it's just they only sold them in groups of 2. That was all.
Yeah. So and the 2 is a matching left and right. So it's they're not matching. They're
together. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Right, which means that you could go half, like rather than doing, you could go half price by just getting the front ones, which is the most used.
Yeah, I wouldn't get the rear ones. Or, depends how popular they are, I suppose, and depends how good the artwork looks. But, I think it was like $25 or something for when you buy 50 or more or something like that.
Well, the artwork, I'm just looking on Zoom, and as you can see on the preview, well, my screen it looks pretty crappy, but it's just that logo. That's our standard logo, which is red, which I think they showed a YouTube, in the YouTube video, they showed a YouTube logo and they showed some other, I forget the guy's name, but
his number plate, he had number plate, and he also had, the YouTube logo, and I think he had like the local football team or something.
Yeah. So and red with white writing looked quite nice. Like it was, it did. It looked pretty good. So no, Russell, definitely that's another thing, to-do list for the next committee meeting, which is it's early next month. But
we could do one of your face maybe instead. Like just your head, Harold, that'd be nice. I would have that. That would be probably something that I would pay extra for.
But is it legal to throw darts at the road just because it's got my head projected on it? And the problem is, the darts is no problem, but then someone else would run over the said darts, and then they get a puncture, and we'd have liability issues, Russell. It'd be awkward.
Yeah. Let me see. So 50 sets, they work out to, what's that? This is like pocket change for you anyway, mate. You should just buy it. This is $2.5 grand, nothing. Just
Yeah. Well, since Tesla's share price is currently, it's up a little bit. No.
Yeah, so
yes, it is.
$44.50 per two. So yeah,
is that Aussie or US?
That'd be US.
So 44. So it's about $60 tops.
So it was $35 each. Yeah. I mean, it's not as cheap as I thought it was originally, but yeah.
Is it possible to get to order just the right-hand side, so just the driver's side, because that's the most used, so that would be a quarter of the price, sort of, if you could just order the right hand.
It says one set is 2 doors. It doesn't, I mean, if you're doing that many, I'm sure you could just message them and say, hey guys, like, we're trying to do this, can you help us out? I'm sure they'd do it for you. I can't imagine no.
Yeah.
You might even say, look, leave your artwork up there and other people might want to buy it, and you can make some money off that as well. Once they've got the custom.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they do, whether they do that.
Like a don't bet against Elon one or something as well on one side, and then a Talker on the other.
Could do, because anyone that's bet against Elon has currently lost.
Lost big.
Well, lost, yeah. And in fact, this is probably a good time to discuss the share price. We've had, I think, Nigel Farrier, who's not with us, but he's okay. He's perfectly healthy and fit. He did find the bottom of Tesla's share price with he didn't actually, because the bottom was $700 and he got $700.40 something cents, I think it was, Pete.
Was not that he was or 800. I thought it was 800.
No, Pete. No, it was 700, because one of my kids, this is not secret information. He lashed out and bought some shares, and oh man, it's human nature, but he did the right thing, and I advised him correctly. He had a buy order last week he wanted to get him at $800, and I went, and at that time they were, $880 or something like that, and I thought, that's a bit tricky. It's because we all knew that. I knew that the Gigafactory was about to get Giga Berlin was about to get approval. But obviously, the classic of you buy on the rumor and sell on the fact. Well, there was always a chance that Tesla would go down, but I personally know of people that had buy orders that were less, they were sort of a bit ambitious, or they were optimistic buy orders, and they never did get to buy in. And since then, Tesla's gone up 5 to 10 times, and they've missed out. And they stuck to their guns. They said, no, I've got a price, and if I get to this price, then I'm happy. Well, I'm sure if you asked them now, they would probably rationalise it and say, yeah, but I had this price. But the thing is, they've missed out on many bags or many times return. So anyway, he goes, I might put a buy order for $800. And I said, maybe closer to $840. So he did. I think this was on Thursday night, and they got down to $844, and it's like, you sort of just missed out. But I think they ended that day slightly up, I think, after a tumultuous day. So the next day I said, look, mate, you might have to just up your price a little bit. And he goes, put a price in at $850, and he got them. But they closed at, I don't know, $840 or $838 or something. And I think since then they've touched $700 and something. So could rightly set high 700s. He could rightly say, well, I could have got him less, but he could have been like other people I know where he didn't get in at all. So he's a long-term investor. He wants to hold these for a few years. And we all know, and this is not personal financial advice, which we'll just do this very quickly.
The following segment is general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice.
Not that we really mean it, and not that anyone listens.
Independent assessment from a qualified advisor.
Richard
But it is true.
Rely on the general nature of information in this program.
Yes, he is. Absolutely. So, well, Pete and I know, and I think many of us in this room, and it's not financial advice, but there is literally no way that Tesla can't double in the next 2 years. It's just not possible. You can't defy gravity. Although gravity is a myth and the Earth just sucks, there is nothing that can stop Tesla from doubling. Oh, no, there is. If China invades Taiwan.
Yeah.
So, but you know, and well, that's actually true. That is dead right. If China invades Taiwan, then Tesla's in trouble in the short term. But in the long term, they will still double. You just might have to wait more than 2 years if they invaded Taiwan in the next 2 years.
Yeah, well, don't forget the next factory is about to open anyway, or soon. So they've got a lot going for them. But you very rarely ever pick the top or the bottom, or from my experience anyway. You've just got to be happy with your price. And
as I've said many times, and Pete will back this up as an absolute fact, if you had bought the day before the crash of 1987, so that was at its top, at its peak, and that was one crash when I was a little boy, well, in uni, and then you sold the day after the crash of 2000 and when was it, Pete? 8, 9?
2008.
Oh, 2009.
2008. Yeah. So if you bought at the top of 87 and sold at the bottom of 2008 or 9, you would still have made a shit ton of money. So it's not timing in the market; it's time in the market. So unlike the eminent Nigel Farrier, who absolutely picked the bottom to within a fraction of a percent of Tesla, my kid picked it within $50 US. It just doesn't matter in the long term.
That's good. Given the percentage, that's
it's not going to care in 10 years' time when Tesla, according to Nostra Pete, will be a $20 trillion company, and it just sounds ridiculous.
You won't even
but
remember the difference at that stage.
Exactly, it's a rounding error. And for those that scoff at that and think that's ridiculous because it sort of feels ridiculous, it sounds ridiculous. Actually, that's one piece of news I didn't put in the news thing at the start of the program, was that Tesla and Elon are being sued by some individual claiming that the latest what do you call it, executive compensation scheme, whereby Elon Musk became the world's richest man and got an extra 10% of the company worth hundreds of billions of dollars, was unfair to shareholders. But shareholders saw their market cap of Tesla go from 60 billion to 660 billion or so. So they saw their wealth increase 10 times. And this guy thinks that that's outrageous that Elon Musk becomes the world's richest man.
And to put that into perspective, that was one of the best performing stocks during that period. So there was no other stock that you could have done better in, pretty much. It's just...
But unfortunately, you've got to run the case, and that's what happens. But yeah, so my
as opposed to Mary Barra and was the Stellantis guy who were taking home like 80 million or something a year and they're not even making a profit anymore. Like, what would you prefer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And the thing that was rightly said was, if Tesla was a failure, Elon Musk got precisely zero.
Yeah.
So he risked everything.
Mm.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, if there's a new executive compensation scheme that says if Tesla does a 10 bagger from here, Elon Musk gets another 10%, well, geez, I'd vote for that in a heartbeat.
Every day of the week, twice on Sunday.
Every day.
Yeah. So, it's just crazy. Hey, it's go, Pete.
Just on another thing.
Sorry, the other Pete, yeah.
Your car in
Peter Ship, go Peter Ship, sorry.
News or a video on the it was about the Ukraine war and Starlink. They showed a photo of your car going down the freeway with the antenna on the back, and there was another car as well had a similar sort of thing, and that made the Ukraine news thing. It was on a YouTube. I can't remember which one it was on, but it was quite good. So,
oh wow!
So
it made the international news.
So is that why my Starlink continued to work, whereas Pete Petrosky's and Nigel's failed because the Russians really are after me because they're going to get revenge? Do you mean that World War III starts in my? Do you mean
it was only yours was the first one shown, and it was another car?
So do you mean that World War III is going to start because a cruise missile is going to hit my house? Oh dear!
Good thing I'm in Esperance now.
Well, I'm not going to fly my own flag, even if I do. But it took some idiot to strap a dish on the back of a Model X just to go, this thing does work on the road at 110 k's an hour, or sorry, 100 down the freeway. And the awesome thing is that SpaceX now have in Ukraine done full mobile roaming, which is fantastic. So is that for real,
well, that's
Pete?
what this article was about.
You'll have to send a clipping. Well, you can't send a clipping because it's a thing, but that's cool. Awesome.
You're officially in an international system now.
Yep.
International
yes, but Pete,
paid more money.
But Pete, there is something that I'm not, that you are. And what you are that I am not is written above your head. Because you are the only one who is ahead of the curve. I'm surfing the curve. I'm surfing your curve that you are ahead of.
Well, I wasn't quite ahead of the curve today because I put some extra rim rash on my wheels. So it was behind the curb on that one.
And you can't even buy cheap rims off John Edwards, whose value of those rims is going up by the minute because they're the wrong size for you, aren't they? Oh no, you're a P minus. Yes, you got the same ones. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, 103 Garling Street. Just go there. Bid early, bid often, mate, and you might get one.
I have a question.
Go, Russell.
So I saw a post on Facebook this week. I don't really comment too much, but I saw something pop up. And I had never really thought anything of it. And then I read it, I'm like, hang on a minute, that's me as well. And the person was describing a situation that in our Model 3s at the moment, it's almost impossible to get the air vent to go in your face on the driver's side. So I honestly didn't think of it. I just thought, oh, whatever. Just accepted it. But then everyone's like, oh, that's me too, And people have taken their cars in and they're like, it's not right. So what happens is on the passenger side, you can move air vent and you can feel it go from your knees to your face, up and down. But on the driver's side, it just blows in your knees. No matter where you put it, it's just on your knees the whole time and you can't get it to go to your face.
Does the graphics, do they show it to your face?
you put your hand there and you sort of feel it moving, but you can sort of get to your chest, but your knees are always like freezing cold, and your face is always just hot.
And is this new, or is this always been?
It's always been the way since I've owned the car, and people are saying that the older Model 3s are fine, but the newer ones are all having that same problem where the ventilation just doesn't go high enough, even when you do it all the way up. Some people are saying, oh, it's because your steering wheel's in the way or whatever, but my seat is as low as it goes. My steering wheel is as low as it goes, and all I get is my knees. Like it's
Well, on both my wife's car and mine, so mine's the 2019 and hers is a November or December 2021. Both of them go up and down, no issues at all.
So you can feel it on your head when you do it up?
On my face or wherever.
Yeah, okay. Something's wrong then, because there's lots of people, like, there must have been like 50 people said, yeah, that's me as well. And I just thought, oh, maybe the car's just, defective in that way. It just doesn't work.
If you wanted to go on your face, though, you have to put it all the way up.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Especially if your seat is
I've tried all that.
No, mine is like low as it goes. You put your hand in front of it. Once you go above the level of like halfway the steering wheel, you don't feel anything.
Yep, same with mine, Russell. I've got mobile service coming around Friday morning to have a look, Russell, so see how it goes.
Yeah, okay.
I'll let you know.
All the people that have done that, they look at it and they say there's no problem, it's working as intended.
That can't be right.
You can't get any airflow like mine. You can't feel it on your face at all. There's no airflow once you go past
get
like
so
halfway.
cold. Like my legs are freezing the whole fucking time. It's so bad. One of the guys, see Carmen. One of the guys who
See
said
Carmen.
they were in
Good
Sentry,
night.
they got
Bye, Carmen. Come on, guys.
Good night, Carmen.
They got told to turn the automatic off, put manual, the higher one that goes to the windscreen, and crank it to 9, and you get the deflection off the windscreen into your face.
No, that's not right.
I tried that, and the windscreen just froze up. Like it's all just gone all like icy at the bottom. It was so cold. But,
Are you referring to my post a couple nights ago, Russell?
Was that you, was it?
Yeah, it's your post, Damo. I read it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And heaps of people come in, eh?
Yeah. I have a feeling it must be like all our models that were delivered because like you and I were February and then Russell, when were you?
I got
July?
mine in September.
Yeah, so it's the same in my one. And even like the passenger one that you were mentioning though, like I find it only goes to a certain level, but you get it more because there's nothing interfering with it, like the wheel or anything like that. And then I'm short, so I'm not even, like 5 whatever, and I like can't even get it to blow on my face, and I sit like quite low, in the car and whatnot as well.
The best I can do is I have it nearly to the top and all the way, and a bit to the right, and it sort of gets like a bit of the side of my face a little bit, but once I straighten it up,
exactly how I've got it set up, Russell.
What was that?
Exactly the same, bit up the top and a little bit to the right, and you get a little bit on your face.
Yeah.
So Damo, you're going to get mobile service. Look, if on the off chance they say, oh, it's all in spec and that's it, nothing more to see here, move along.
Class action.
Let me know. Let me know, because the club can escalate serious issues and multiple issues. Like if it's like, from the sound of it, in this room there are multiple people with precisely the same thing.
Harold,
Pete knows that. And the great thing about Pete is he's got 2 different cars actually made in 2 different factories. So he's got one from Fremont, one from Shanghai. They are 2 very different cars of the same model, and they perform exactly the same. So there's an exemplar of what it can do. And if that's at odds with what is now currently being done, Tesla either need to basically say that, well, we're really sorry, but that's the new design or whatever, or there might be some minor issue that can be resolved, or ought to be resolved. And as a club, we do have that contact with Tesla to do things just like that for things that are pressing and important, and where their normal process might not be dealing with it properly. So that's something as a club we can deal with. But we don't just say, he said, she said. We gather information properly, and
of course, Harold. Yep.
And that's the cool thing. So yeah, Domo, please let us know.
A streamer on a string and held it above, and like an aero sort of test with the different levels and show them where it sort of hits the streamer.
Well, see, if Jared was on, I'd say, Jared, bring us your industrial smoke machine and we can waft like bits of smoke. But he'd probably just dump the whole cabin full of smoke and you couldn't see anything. So
I'll get someone over there with a vape or something and just blow in front of it.
None of us. Oh, Russell, we're purer than the driven snow, mate. Come on.
So they rang me today and they said they've logged into the car and had a look at everything like over the air, and there's no faults or anything with the aircon. So the next move is they're sending that Ben on Friday morning. He's going to come out and check that the vents are going and all the. I personally reckon it's a design fault.
No, you know what I reckon it is? I reckon it's probably just needs recalibrating. I reckon it's just been set up too low.
I hope so, Pete.
No, it's weird because someone had the same experience. They said they had Tesla service out. They took the whole dash apart, looked at it and said, nah, it's exactly how it should be. No change. Put it back together. And then they're exactly the same as before.
If that's the only result I get, Russell, I don't know. I'm probably going to... Like, don't get me wrong. I love my car. Like, this is my only gripe with that car. Everything else, I'm more than happy. But as I wrote in the ticket to them, like, our little bloody diesel Hyundai thing has got better air conditioning for the driver than what this has, and this thing was $100,000,
So look, the great thing we can do, Domo, is we can literally get Pete's wife's car with her permission, and you can literally we could do a test side by side. It's the ultimate thing. It's the awesome thing we can do when we've got a whole group of members is we can do this experiment. We can get the two cars side by side and prove that one is doing the correct thing and one is not. And if that is the case, we can say, hey, look, what's going on?
Because they might change yours to match ours because how it should be.
Yeah, mate. You'll be sorry you said anything now.
They might say, just tongue in cheek, that we don't want the air blowing in your eyes because it might dry them out or whatever, and it'll interfere with your driving ability and stuff.
Well, that's interesting anyway. I'll be sure to let everybody know how it goes.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. That'd be good. I guess if it is a situation where yours gets fixed, then I guess everyone will be booking them in pretty quickly if that's the case.
Yep. No dramas, man.
Cool. All right, well, it's getting fairly late. So has anyone got any questions, comments, anything before we sort of wrap this thing up, before it gets too long? I mean, we're always bigger than Ben-Hur, but we don't have to be longer than, I don't know, some mini-series like Thornbirds or something.
EV night on the 6th of April. Are we going to get a few together to go?
Oh, cool. 6th of April. So that's what day is that?
Wednesday night.
Yes, it is. Awesome. Cool. All right, let me just...
Can you describe that day, mate? I missed that, mate.
6th of April, Wednesday night. The EV night's on at the Motorplex, drag racing.
Oh, drag racing.
Yeah, it's the EV night. So basically any EV cars, half price to get in and just stuff like that. And it's just, it's an EV theme night. So there should be a few Teslas down there, I think.
Awesome. Domo, can you flick me a text about some more info and stuff or whatever, or email?
Yep.
That'd be awesome, mate, because we'll get onto that and email it out and get as many people down there as possible.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. I'll send you a link to the page.
Do you need a helmet, or can you borrow a helmet or rent one or whatever?
Yeah, as long as you've got a helmet. It's got to be to Australian standard. There's I'm not sure the number, but it's got to be Australian standard, and they've changed it now. It's not an AS ZN number or whatever anymore. It's a C number or something. But all that stuff is on. I'll send you the link to the event.
Yeah, awesome.
You got to have long pants, long sleeve shirt, and high socks, and that's about it, Harold.
Awesome. You can have sneakers. Yeah, you don't need fire. There's no fireproofing. Nothing. Just long garments. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Harold.
Yes, Russell.
Put the star link on the back of it when you do the drag as well. That'd be awesome to see.
You can have it act as your spoiler.
Or even better, Harold, could you get one of the biofuel chargers on the back, plug it into the car when you're driving, and then go? And that would be the funniest thing ever for the memes, I reckon.
So you want me to get Rob Dean's tandem trailer with John Edwards's 2-ton biofuel charger setup on the back of my car. So I'm at the start line. I'm charging up. I unplug, just reholster the nozzle, and then do the run, do the quarter mile.
Yeah, and you probably still beat the Supras down there.
Oh, that doubles the weight of my car, mate. That's a lot.
Well, just take your wallet out. Should even it out a bit then.
Russell on form tonight, aren't you?
He's always on form.
Hang on, mate. If I can flick off my Bitcoin, that'll even lighten it more, eh?
What, you're just one?
I've only got 0.6. I've got to confess. I'm not that flush, but I earn every fraction of it. The trailer would be funny. You know, there is that YouTube video, and I can't find it now because it would probably take too long. But the only way an Alpha Spider could beat itself was to be towed by a Model X, and that is a classic video.
There was a video just on YouTube videos. The one I watched the other day. It was talking about someone had a Ford Ranger Raptor, and he was towing a Tesla Model 3 Performance, and they actually worked out that the surplus energy that's been produced by towing the Tesla, if you was to drive the Ranger by itself, you'd say you drove 50 meters or 50 kilometers or whatever. If you were to tow the Tesla, and when you run out of fuel, hop in the Tesla and drive, it's still better fuel economy to tow the Tesla than to drive by itself. Yeah, it didn't sound right when they did it, but when you do the numbers for it, it actually works out that it's more efficient for Ford Rangers to tow Teslas for their fuel economy overall, even though they get, it was something like 58 miles a gallon or something they were getting out of it in the end. That's how bad the fuel economy was. But because the Tesla's charging with a surplus energy and it's so aerodynamic, it actually charges the Tesla more value than what the economy is of the car itself. So it's net positive to tow the Tesla. Yeah.
I've just very quickly, and I don't really have enough time to get the proper one, but this is the Model X. I'll just bring it right up.
We're not sharing
Unfortunately,
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll just start that again. You can hear that. You just can't see it. There we go.
It was a bit tilted.
A lot of farting going on there. Bit weird. But I will try and find the proper video. Sorry, Damon. Oh, sorry. Go, Pete.
Oh no, sorry, I missed it. Do you mind just playing one? I have seen the video before, but it's a long time ago.
I'll just try and find the proper one. I know it was the what's the name, Bentayga? What's that called? The something Bentayga. That video is going to be hard. Oh yeah, okay. Well, just for because we're short on time, I'll just replay that. So, actually, maybe this one. What about that
I'll
one?
just text you that link, Harold. That's got all the information for the event.
Awesome. Thanks. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, you texted it. Okay, yeah, cool. Thanks, Damo.
SMS.
Let's try. No, that looks like a Ferrari. Oh, yeah, here we go. It's not this bit. Oh, yes, it is. So the only way an Alfa Romeo 4C can beat itself is to be carried on the back of a trailer on a Model X.
Probably a cheap upgrade than actually trying to do the engine up.
That's a hell of an upgrade there, Russell. But it's very non-invasive, isn't it? You just sit on the trailer, mate.
Anyway, I'll put a link. If you don't need to show it now, probably not, but I'll put the link in the chat if you wanted to watch that video of the.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry, go on.
If you did want to watch that video of the Raptor towing the Tesla and all the science behind it all, I put in the chat, but probably don't have to show it.
Yeah, that's cool, but I'm gonna anyway, just even briefly. Oh, sorry.
Recharge. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am here with the Straight Pipes, and we're going to be answering the question, can you recharge a Tesla by towing it? So, Jacob, where are we and what are we doing?
We are at Toronto Motorsports Park. I have brought my highest mileage Ford Raptor, so I'm excited to see what happens and if my Raptor breaks down or if we can actually tow this thing.
Right on. And then the second question we're going to answer, because I'm curious about this, is if it's more efficient to drive a Raptor from point A to point B or use that Raptor to charge a Tesla and then take the Tesla to wherever you're going. Which one will be more efficient? So what do you think is going to happen there?
I don't think that's going to be efficient at all.
Yeah, so
Russell, so that's actually really interesting. So spoiler alert, can you give us the answer to that?
Yeah. Well, I think I did before anyway, but they first do a lap of in the Raptor to figure out what the fuel economy is. Then they do a lap with the Tesla to see what that is. Then they tow the Tesla for one lap and see how much energy is produced. And then they go, can we do that a lap now? Like, how much does towing give me back to the batteries by towing it? And so I thought it was going to go and just like nanny it around, and he just like flogs the shit out of it, does his hot lap in the Model 3, and ends up doing like a lap and a bit, even after flogging it. So he essentially, for every lap that he got towed, he got a lap and a bit back into the battery.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's not to say that that's more efficient, because there was a lot of energy consumed from the ICE car to actually do that.
Yeah.
But that's actually very plausible, because when you are on maximum regen, you're pulling in at least 50 kilowatts, but the energy required to push your car is less than 20 kilowatts.
Yeah.
So you could almost get like a 2-to-1 ratio if you're really efficient at doing it. So yeah, that's spot on, Russell.
So ultimately what happened was they towed, when they towed the Tesla and they got the fuel economy of that, and you added the additional charge you got from the car as well. If you started the car with zero charge on Tesla and say, I don't know, 50 litres of fuel in the Raptor, you drove the Raptor as far as it could go, we towing the Tesla, and you drove another one beside it as far as it could go, you'd actually go further towing the Tesla, because you'd stop shorter, then hop in a Tesla and drive further than what the original Raptor would go.
So if you're in the desert, or you're on the Nullarbor and you have to get to water in the oasis at Kaiguna, and you had the Raptor and the Tesla, it would be more efficient than, rather than just driving the Raptor in a straight line, you would be towing the Tesla from flat, tow it until you run out of fuel, and then drive the Tesla, and that the Tesla would get further than if the Raptor just drove itself.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about why that works, but I'm sure there's a reason. But yeah, that escapes me right now.
The energy losses in the car are so significant when it drives normal that it doesn't actually take much more energy to tow the car, and it's so efficient at charging itself. That's why. So if the car wasn't so aerodynamic or whatever as well, it would have a big influence on it. But it's almost like null the effects of the wind and stuff because behind the car as well.
So those on YouTube, and if you want to look this up yourselves, just go to Engineering Explained. That's actually a very it's a great channel. It's a great channel. It's got a lot of Tesla content and other content as well. So Engineering Explained.
I think they summarize it at like the 10-minute mark. They talk about all the results, but yeah, when I saw the fuel economy of the Raptor, I was like, holy shit! Like, how can somebody even drive this car normally? It must be so expensive to drive just without towing a Tesla. But it was mental how bad it was.
Well, how weird is it when you hop in an ICE car and you have to chuck on the brakes just to make it to a red light because like your car is careening towards a red light and you've got to waste all this energy as heat on your brake discs, you know. And in our cars, it just gets sucked back into the battery. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So no wonder, you know, ICE cars and ICE cars, you know, after a few minutes, they pour out heat in winter because it's all just waste radiator heat. You know, it's crazy the efficiencies. What inefficiency?
What it summarized was when the Tesla's energy.
Well, so hang on 2 seconds, Russell. Pete, just shoot Pete, and then back to Russell.
I know 10 to 15% efficiency for an ICE versus, you know, about 90% for an EV. Massive.
Yeah, so the efficiency of Tesla was 193 watt hours per kilometer, which is like, if when you equate it to fuel, like the energy in fuel, it works out to 2.2 liters per 100 kilometers. That's the efficiency of a Tesla in petrol terms. Where the Raptor, just driving normal, like not even towing anything, was 22 liters per 100.
I think my car, when it was towing Rob Dean's trailer towing John's biofuel, I think I was getting 7.7 litres of used vegetable oil per 100 Ks. Yeah. And that was with terrible economy, like I had to charge every 130 Ks. But even then, it was still only consuming 7.7 litres of used vegetable oil, which has a lesser heat content than diesel. Yeah. So if it was diesel, it might have been closer to 5 litres per 100 Ks, which on a 7-seat SUV, towing a 2.2 tonne trailer, I mean, if that was a Land Cruiser, you couldn't get 5 litres of diesel towing a trailer per 100 Ks.
Well, when the Raptor towed the Tesla, it got 69 litres per 100. That's how much fuel it was using. Like, it's just mental, like how much fuel these cars use, just like existing. So it was like 3.4 miles per gallon or whatever. Yeah, so that's why, because it's such a significant already burdened car, I suppose that's why it's
that's
like as you can.
That's like the weight of an extra passenger, 70 kilos, because 70 litres of fuel is roughly about 70 kilos. It's like having an extra passenger in the car. It's insane.
But just the cost of it. I mean, imagine using like 70 litres of fuel every 100 Ks. Like
come on, Russell, you just...
Imagine having to pay like $70 a day to get to work and back just for driving your car.
That's crazy.
It is.
Anyway,
it is. And you know, we don't necessarily want to gloat about the price of petrol, but it's just getting into ballistic territory, and it hasn't even warmed up yet. As far as the price is going to go. And I mean, was it Channel 7 News today? They had people saying, look, we're actually, there was a couple that were going to remortgage their house to get into an EV to cut down their fuel cost. Which
live in it or something?
Sorry? No. They're going to mortgage. They're going to put a second mortgage on their house to be able to get into an EV, which you could say is not necessarily a great idea. But actually, I think, Pete, you could probably raise an argument where that probably still makes sense on the total cost of ownership.
It does with the Model 3, and it's not ideal to take on debt, but if you employ that debt and the return that you get exceeds the interest on the loan, and and the risk profile isn't vastly different, then makes sense.
Yeah.
In most situations.
Indeed. Hey, so we're getting towards the end of the program. Any last comments before we sort of wrap this up?
Just a quick one on the Ravensthorpe charger. That is brilliant. It just makes it so easy.
Absolutely.
But I went by Williams, and when I left Williams, I put in Esperance. It showed I'd get here in the red on 5%. So then I went to Lake Grace, filled up, and put exactly the same Esperance address in, and it showed exactly the same result of 5% in the red when I got to Esperance. I cannot explain that. But anyway, we stopped at Ravensthorpe, and it was just brilliant.
So you used. So did you use the Ravensthorpe charger, Pete?
Yes, I did. It was fabulous.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, wow. Awesome. You should have checked in on PlugShare, mate. Yeah, cool.
I did. Oh, it's probably under Rose's name.
Oh, yeah, but you didn't take a photo. What about you didn't? Sorry, you didn't.
The photo should be there.
Oh, apologies. Let me just bring that up.
What's your username on PlugShare, Peter?
I think it's under Ros. If I do it with my phone, it's Shipshaper.
Yeah, no, I did. That does ring a bell, actually, Pete. 2 seconds. Let me just find it. Here we go. Ravensthorpe. Oh, there you are too. Sorry. Yes, you are. Awesome. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Look, brilliant. It really is fabulous, though. Even at the reduced power.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think
it's still good.
But
no one's going to park in front of it like trucks and thing. Is that like an area that's?
Look, people will park in front of it, guaranteed where it is.
Yeah, because there's diesel Bowsers just further down, just past in front of Pete's car, just sort of there. There's a tank.
Over to the right, I think, Harold.
Oh, sorry. Where those bollards are, Pete? Oh, yes. Yes, you're right too.
Yeah, a bit over to the right.
Yeah, I don't think there's any... there's no real image showing it.
I might have another one, but I didn't put on there. I just put that one, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's an awesome charger. It just makes the trip. Well, we can get from Lake Grace to Esperance without filling up, but this just makes it a dream.
Yeah, because you can look, even if you're just having a little coffee or something, you're putting in even at 20 kilowatts, nearly 100 k's an hour. Almost 100 k's an hour. So in half an hour, you've put 50 k's, which makes an enormous difference. It's a difference between arriving at 5% or 15% or 20%. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, we
Isn't
didn't put
there
much
a
in, but it was
destination
fine.
charge
It
at
just
Caravan Park?
Yes, there is. Yes, at the Greenhaven. But for instance, Pete's fortunate where he's got a 17 kilowatt onboard charger, AC charger. So on AC, he can get about 75 kilometres per hour of added range. On the DC at the moment, you can get in excess of 100. But you, Russell, you can get about 80 kilometres of range on AC. But on the DC, it would be more of the order of 150 k's an hour. A little bit less, maybe 140 k's an hour, which is which is not shabby, because from Lake Grace to Esperance, Pete, how far is that approximately?
375.
Right. So yeah, so in an hour, Russell, you can get half replenished. Like, well, the thing is, because you've charged up at Lake Grace, because the great thing for a Tesla is you go Perth Williams, top up there, which is super duper fast, Lake Grace, which is quite fast, and then Ravensthorpe, which is less so, but you really only need like a bit of a top up.
20 or 30% in, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah, exactly. You don't need all that much if you've topped quite up at Lake Grace, and you know, you just walk up the hill, go on the left side where they've got the bakery and cafe and stuff, and just stay there for 3/4 of an hour or so. You'll be quite full, or at least 90% or something, and then you can go to Ravensthorpe and just do another top up and have a comfort break and a little walk around and have a look around, and then you're into Esperance, which is awesome.
But the big question is, why would anyone want to go to Esperance? Like, is there something down there that's good?
Oh, yeah. Well, Pete, have you been to? Well, yeah, but Pete, have you gone to the Esperance Stonehenge?
I haven't. I've been past it. I haven't been in. Yes.
Oh, well, take it from me, do it, and pay the whatever it is. I don't know if it's $20 or whatever, and go inside. And I think what's awesome is, I mean, look, we're going to be dead for centuries by the time that the Esperance Stonehenge is in the same state as the current Stonehenge. So it's go, Pete.
I've been to the real Stonehenge, so it'd be great to see it because this one's more complete than the original.
Well, it's an accurate reproduction of the original Stonehenge as it was when it was first built, and it's been done with local Esperance granite. So it's I think it's a pink granite. So it's all complete, but an accurate replica of how Stonehenge was when it was first built. So it's in its original pristine form. And I think Russell's going to share. Awesome. Thanks, Russell. That's it there. That's it there. Yeah, and I've actually got some really nice drone footage too that I took myself. And so it's completely accurate, and they actually do ceremonies at the solstices because you get the winter and summer solstice. I'm not sure about equinox. It might do a similar thing. And there's a bit of a backstory of how it was built there, because there was a project to build it somewhere else and that failed, but the stones were quarried, and it's a really good story. And I think what's nice is it's when we go and visit that place, it's a little bit like the people of Stonehenge 3,000 or 4,000 years ago visited it, because by the time it's decrepit and we're all dead, people will look at it in 3,000 years' time going, what the hell is this all about?
Yeah, wonder what it is.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. It's it's absolutely worth the whatever the price of admission is. It's $20 each or whatever. It doesn't matter. But yeah, that's in answer to your original question, Russell. That's what you do at Esperance, and it's literally 15 or 20 k's out of town. It's nothing.
Yeah,
I don't think it's even that. Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah, it might even be that. Yeah.
The original Stonehenge, if you put your hand on it, the stone is always warm. I don't know if you've tried it, and it's true. They're never cold like you would expect because it's freezing over there. This will be a different stone, but the original one is
you haven't been able to get up close to the English Stonehenge for many, many years.
I still want to put my hand on it, even though it was all keep off and all the rest of it, but I still.
Oh, it's naughty. That's naughty, Peter. Sorry, I preface that with allegedly.
We went down there once to go to Pink Lake. We got there, it wasn't pink, and we were pretty disappointed.
Oh no, but Russell, get your map out, and you don't go to Pink Lake. You go to the one next to it, which is ironically, or it was last year, it was pink.
Yeah, the Pink
so
Lake.
Pink Lake is not pink, but the other lake, it's called something else. Lake.
I think I went to Pink Lake in
that one, the one next to it, that one. That one's like that. So that lake, what's that called? Marsden? No. Warden? Is it Warden?
We can't even see it from map.
No, zoom in, Russell. We can't. We got old eyes, mate. Come on.
Hang on. Oh, where am I going? Here.
No, I think it's Lake Warden. Where are you going?
Lake Warden.
Yeah. So that one. Zoom in on that. What's that called? Lake Warden?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is actually, well, it was last year or the year before. It was pink, whereas Pink Lake wasn't. So it's got to do with salinity. Yeah. Because it comes about because of the blue-green algae. When it gets stressed, it produces beta carotene, which is what makes it pink. And that's where in the Pilbara, they've got a omega-3 fatty acid production facility where they use blue-green algae to make omega-3, like oil. So there you go. All right, so it's getting late. We're all getting sleepy. I'd like to thank everyone on YouTube for watching. You've obviously already liked and subscribed and hit the notification bell, even though that's very painful for me to say and annoying. For everyone here, thank you for being here and making it all the way, especially you, Pete, Russell, Richard, and I think Pete and the other Pete, two Petes, and Jackie, I think, too. And Ben and Peter, there's so many Petes, it's just ridiculous. And I think it'd be good to sign off. We'll get Peter Petrosky to sign off first, because as you always say, Pete,
stay safe, stop down bullying, stay ahead of the curve.
And that's a very good note to end on. And yeah, we definitely look forward to a new Ask Us Anything next week and our next casual meetup next month. So yeah, as Pete says, stay safe, look after yourselves, and thanks for being here. Take care. See you next week.
Thanks, Harold.
Cheers.
Good night, everyone.
See ya. Good night.